going on? Happy Saturday, everyone. Welcome to the What is Truth podcast in conjunction with my friends, the Apollo Detectives. How are you, gentlemen?
Very good, thank you.
Doing well.
Doing great. Right.
And if you are watching this, you may notice some of us wearing caps, and we will get to that at some point, I'm sure. But this should be a fun show. This is episode number 10 of Ask Us Anything. So if you've missed the previous 9, by all means, go back and check out the older episodes. But today we plan on listening to some or breaking down a couple of videos. There's a couple of large YouTube channels, one of those being Dave Mckeegan, as well as a couple of others that have well in excess of 100,000 YouTube subscribers. And they have been making videos about my friends, the Apollo Detectives. And today we're going to clap back. We're going to answer and debunk a lot of their claims. But I found it rather interesting that these large channels want to clap down on smaller channels. And I take that as a compliment. I mean, what are they scared about? Why are they going after smaller channels than them? You know what I mean? Because they're scared, in my humble opinion. So we're going to be doing that as well as address other things. And we will also be doing what we usually do, going down the live chat and answering your questions there. So if you've got some good moon landing questions that you want us to address, by all means, hit them up. And you can leave them now or later. As I go down through the comments, if I see some good ones, we will save them and address them at some point. All right, Robert.
Yes, one thing I would like to point out and to bring this to people's attention was there was a question that one of your friends asked the last time we were here. And he asked, well, if they could get to the moon in the past, why would they continue to fake the landings? In other words, why would they have continued to send another 6 missions to the lunar surface? NASA claims that they sent 12 humans to the lunar surface. Well, here's the question here's the answer that I'd like to give. Because if you looked at the time that this occurred, there was a nasty war going on between Vietnam and the U.S. But the biggest one for me is that Kennedy opened his mouth when he said, we choose to go to the moon in this decade. Well, he well knew that the U.S. was not ready to tackle such a feat. But what they did was they went ahead and they built all of the tech, the ships, the hardware, and everything else. Now they had it all sitting there. And now they're realizing that, hey, we can't really do this because now that we have all this tech here, what are we going to do with it? So that was the problem. And what they did with it was they sent a lot of it into low Earth orbit to test, and the rest of it was sent to the museums. So again, they repeatedly did this so that the hardware appeared to be used, and it took 6 missions to make it all disappear so that the museums weren't overwhelmed with trying to figure out what they're going to do with all of this. And that's my take on it. And then number 2, we have our friend Dave Mckeegan. Now, the last time I posted a comment on one of his videos, and I asked him to please come up on one of our panels when we're live and to explain his point of view. Well, he said that he doesn't associate with liars. He doesn't talk to liars like us. And it's very interesting because for at least a year, maybe 2, he's been calling the flat earth community liars, and so has MC Toon, and so has Simon Dan. Well, interestingly, he not only went up on their panel, he even rubbed shoulders with them in Antarctica. So my question is, why won't you come up here, Dave? That's my question to him. And I have a little presentation to add to that, if you would like to roll that, Wheezy.
Let's see. Were you talking about the one you sent me on Google Drive, or did you have it in the private? Could you put it on the private chat by chance?
I can put it over here. I don't know if it's going to load. No, it's not going to load. Okay, I guess
Was
I
it the
will-
last one you sent me, Robert, on the drive?
Yes, very last one.
A minute, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, if not, I can pull it up here for you.
And while we wait for that, describe what we will be looking at, if you don't mind, Mr. Robert.
Yeah, so what we've got here is I set up a little presentation here for, because Dave is saying Apollo detectives disproved the moon landings by lying again. And this is my little.
I got it now.
Yeah,
I've got it now, Robert. So let's see. Rob's presentation. Can you guys see that on the screen?
yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, you want me to let it roll right now?
Just let it roll, sure.
Okay.
I would like to open this by saying that Dave Mckeegan keeps calling us liars. Well, I'm going to tell you something here, Dave, and that goes for the rest of you. You're asking us why we took the article down on the Owl's site, and then
Wrong one.
claiming, as MC Toon did.
Uh-oh. That's
Yeah,
why.
that's
See,
the wrong one.
I don't know which order. That's why I'm saying which one it was in the order list.
No, okay, I'll tell you what we'll do then. I will put this one up here instead then. I will send you this guy right here. And I'll pop that open. There we go.
I would like to open this by saying that Dave Mckeegan keeps calling us liars. Well, I'm going to tell you something here, Dave, and that goes for the rest of you. You're asking us why we took the article down on the Owl's site, and then you're claiming, as MC Toon did, that Marcus and the rest of us are liars. But MC Toon specifically went after Marcus, calling him a liar. Well, the reason why we took the article down, because it wasn't fair. So, we're putting the article back up again and showing the control film, the front side and back side, and the vacuum film, control side and back side. And you will notice that on the Cinefilm, the front vacuum film has less luster than the control film. Now, I wonder why that would be. It is due to the fact that the vacuum is outgassing the emulsion. So to be fair to the Apollo missions, just like inside the LEM, the film would have been cycled at least 3 times, because they had to evacuate the air, and when they got back in again, they would have to repressurize. So this is exactly what I did. The film remained in the chamber for a total of 24 hours, with a cycle each 8 hours. And this is the result. Now, if you're wondering where that outgassed emulsion went, it went directly inside of this filter. As you can see at the top left-hand side, the emulsion has been trapped in that filter. You can see it because it is dark, and that's what it would look like. The same thing happened at the University of Patras. After Bill Demos did the experiments with the film in his vacuum chamber at the university, when he went to clean the chamber out, he ended up with the same thing. There was a black film inside of the chamber that he had to clean out before he returned it to the university. So ask yourself this, Dave, why is there emulsion inside of that filter, and why did the chamber have to be cleaned after the experiment was over? Well, I'll tell you why. It is due to the fact that the film emulsion outgassed. So you and your mate can stop referring to us as liars, get off your butts and do some research for a change, like you tell everybody else to do. Let us now take a comparison of the images AS11-40-5903 from March to the Moon and compare that with the image AS11-40-5903 from the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal. These are supposed to be the exact same images, the exact same photos. Why do they look so different? They're different because one has been processed a little more than the other. So as you can see, you could take any image and manipulate it to whatever you like. This is a problem. What we need to see with the Apollo images, if you really want to be fair about it, is to get a hold of the original negatives. So what we have done, we have put on display our evidence for the film outgassing in a vacuum, as conducted at the University of Patras in Greece by Bill Demos. So now what the NASA fan club needs to do is produce the negatives that were taken on the Apollo program, as we see here. We've produced our images, we've produced our negatives. Now it's your turn to produce your negatives and your evidence. So where is it? You cannot say that the original negatives no longer exist, because they do exist. They are stored in a temperature climate controlled vault at NASA. That means that one of the NASA fan club are going to have to conduct a little research into how to obtain those negatives. The original negatives, whether it's one negative or two negative, doesn't matter. We have shown you our negatives and what happens to film in a vacuum. Now it's time to show us your negatives and what happened to the film in that vacuum, the vacuum of space. Now here's an image of Bruce McCandless on STS-41B in 1984. Now according to Dave, if you take a look, you will see a Nikon camera on the astronaut's left screen side at the top of his MMU pack. That is a film camera. Well, what's the Tor level out there? The International Space Station orbits at an altitude that typically ranges between 400 kilometers and 420 kilometers. That's about 250 to 260 miles above Earth. That means that the ISS flies about 120 to 140 kilometers higher than McCandless's shuttle orbit during his 1984 untethered EVA. That means that Bruce McCandless' EVA on STS-41B. Now, Wikipedia lists STS-41B's altitudes as being perigee 307 kilometers and apogee 317 kilometers. That means that Bruce McCandless was in a condition of Tor 10 to the minus 6, while the ISS is Tor 10 to the minus 7. So how long was Bruce McCandless actually out there with that pack and that camera? Bruce McCandless's famous untethered flight during STS-41B on February 7, 1984 lasted about 1 hour and 30 minutes within his first EVA, though the entire EVA was 6 hours and 17 minutes. That 90-minute period was the time he was free-flying away from the shuttle with the manned maneuvering unit, before returning to the payload bay. So that means that Bruce was actually out there an hour and a half, that's it. So it is possible that the camera could have taken these images, because the film that was subjected to the chamber at the University of Patras was in there for 8 hours at a level of Tor 10 to the minus 6, while the film in my vacuum chamber was subjected for 24 hours with 3 cycles at Tor 10 to the minus 3. Now here's the problem again. We have to see the original negatives that were produced by that camera on STS-41B to make a proper comparison. So Dave, it looks like you're going to have to somehow cough up those negatives from this flight, because that's your responsibility, since you are the one who's claiming we are lying. I will leave that in your capable hands. Let's take a look at both of these pictures that Bruce McCandless took when he was outside looking back at the space shuttle. As you will notice that both of the hues on these two images are different, and what we're going to do is color correct them so that we can get the hues close to each other. This is the reason why we need the original negatives, because any image can be color corrected to match the other one. So once again, Dave, since you're calling us liars, it is your responsibility to get hold of those negatives so that we can compare them and see what is really going on here.
Precisely. And what I would like to do is I'm going to post a link to this panel in the chat on my channel, but only for Dave Mckeegan. So anyone else we will not accept. So I'm going to post it in there, and I would like for Dave Mckeegan to come up so I can have a little chat with him. And one other thing, too, I'd like to point this to Marcus. Marcus, what did you have to say about these guys calling us liars? How very disingenuous this is. They have no regard for feelings or anything. Can you please elaborate on that as you did on Monday?
Certainly. To call somebody a liar is quite an offensive term if it is incorrect. It is necessary to be correct when you say it. Now, you can say people make mistakes. That's quite acceptable. Everybody makes mistakes. I don't claim to be omnipresent. I claim that I've made mistakes. I don't claim that I've ever lied. To say that somebody has lied implies they are being deliberately deceptive. That is what lying is, deliberately deceiving your audience. I'm not deliberately deceiving anybody. So to call me a liar indicates, to me anyway, that the person who does that has no technical ability to determine that what I say could be correct. This is the whole point of science. It is investigation. You present a hypothesis, you look for supporting evidence for that hypothesis, and if you can't find any, or you find that people can contradict you, then your hypothesis needs to be corrected. That's all we do. We present hypotheses that require correction if they are wrong. Now, if they are correct, when we say things like photographic film outgasses in a vacuum, certainly a vacuum level anywhere near that on the moon, you have to prove us wrong. You don't call us a liar, you just prove us wrong. That's all you have to do. So anybody who claims that others are liars indicates to me anyway that their story is not particularly supported by evidence. So they have to attack people who may be proving them wrong with their claims. Now, if their claims are incorrect, I don't call them a liar. I call them people who have not examined evidence to the extent that we have. I mean, Jarrah and Scott and Robert and Raza, we've been examining the evidence of Apollo for years. We do know what we're talking about. Because if we didn't know what we're talking about, we'd be laughed out of the room. We said, oh, bye-bye, you don't know what you're talking about. We do know what we're talking about. We're not lying. We may make incorrect statements. That's completely different. That's part of the scientific process. So anybody who calls us a flat, outright liar has themselves to examine for their behavior and their attitude towards the evidence that we present. We may be wrong. That's quite possible. This is the whole point of the scientific process. You advance science by examining it. You're skeptical of it. If you can demonstrate it's correct, you move forward. If it's incorrect, you try again. You're not lying, because by that definition, every scientist who's ever operated is a liar. As Albert Einstein said, in reference to people attacking him for his theory of relativity, 100 people may agree with me, but if one can prove me wrong, then I go back to square one. They didn't call him a liar. He was proven correct. Nobody could prove him incorrect. And that is the difference. So let's keep this thing on a polite scale. There's no need for insults. And I address this directly to Dave Mckeegan, who has called me a liar. MC Toon has done the same thing. That demonstrates the inadequacy of their own presentation. They may be correct in certain areas, which we would acknowledge, But don't call us liars. We're doing the same thing you are. We're examining the evidence. That's all we're doing. So come on, Dave, get a little bit more decent about your behavior.
Well put by the legendary Mr. Marcus Allen. I want to share real quick, and then I want to hear from Jara after this. I reached out to Mr. Mckeegan. He's got a Twitter. So it doesn't make sense. He's got 157,000 YouTube subscribers, but on Twitter, he's only got a couple hundred. But he made a little post showing some evidence of him debunking us, for example. And in that post, I reached out to him. I go, don't worry, brother. We got you covered next week with my buddies from the Apollo Detectives. And I blew him a little kiss and a heart. Nothing mean or bad. He ignored it. Yeah. He ignored it. However, one of his groupies jumped in and said, those idiots constantly embarrass themselves and lie. I replied to him, yes, NASA apologists pushing the official NASA myth is quite the thing. And he replied, 6 more months until Artemis 2 launches humans back to the moon. Get your coping skills ready. And he shows these pictures of the NASA shuttles and whatnot. And I said, LMFAO. And I tagged Randy Walsh. Here they go again. Wait until Artemis gets us back. How long have they been saying this now? Which is a good question. They push it over and over, and they push it further and further out. So he replies, don't you know Artemis 1 already orbited the moon and worked just great? Artemis 2 rocket is stacked. Spacecraft is ready. What excuses will you have next? And so I simply posted a picture of the lunar lander in all its glory. Let's blow it up with all the scotch tape and rivets. In all its magnificence with its little shiny tinfoil. And I said, exquisite pieces for sure. So the challenge was made to Mr. Mckeegan. He clearly saw my response. He hasn't answered. And I don't think he will answer us because so I've said this before, but I can't help but reiterate. We simply don't accept the NASA official story. We were not the ones to make the extraordinary claim that man landed on the moon. That was NASA.
Yep.
The evidence that they presented is far from extraordinary. This is why we have been able to poke so many holes into it, whether it's the engine, whether it's the photos, whether it's the radiation. There's so many avenues to destroy the official story because, again, the evidence is far from extraordinary. And so that's something that if you tell these guys, you kind of back them into a corner. They don't really know how to get out of that one. So Jara White, you've been interacting with Mckeegan's YouTube channels and I believe others. What has those experiences been like?
Well, for the most part, I've only communicated him when he left a comment on the Apollo Detectives' latest video, the one we did about the Corona satellites, the ones that they were supposed to be unpressurized versus the ones that were pressurized. And, we had a bit of a back and forth. For the most part, I thought I was able to keep it civil, but I have seen his various videos. And for the most part, I find it's very little substance. People send me links to him all the time. And sometimes I look through it. Sometimes it's not really worth commenting on. But I do want to point out, just want to build on something that Marcus had said in his in the previous thing. I wanted to mention as well. I myself, when it comes to the Apollo astronauts, I hold my tongue when it comes to the L word. The reason being is because I don't know for sure whether they were willful accomplices in the Apollo hoax or if they were coerced into doing it. So for the most part, I always bite my tongue when it comes to the L word. The only exceptions I'll make to that is, of course, Jim Lovell and Frank Borman, who both committed perjury. Borman, he was the thermodynamics expert who claimed, none of us were aware that the pure oxygen was going to be hazardous. Well, you taught thermodynamics at West Point. How could you not know that was going to be a hazardous situation? And when it comes to Jim Lovell, who recently passed, he was sued by Bill Casing for calling him wacky. And before going public with such statements, he had sent casing and also Ralph Renee a threatening letter, basically saying, "Oh, you're wasting your life. You should tear up your manuscript and pursue some other project that has some meaning and stuff." And he sent that to Ralph Renee. But when they had the interrogations during the trial, he denied knowing Ralph Renee under penalty of perjury. Right? And as a result of that, Ralph Renee called him Liar Lavelle since then. But those are the only exceptions that I'll make with using the L word when it comes to the astronauts. For the most part, I hold my tongue on that because I don't know for sure whether they were willful accomplices or they were coerced. And so that's all I have to say about that, about calling people liars. When it comes to these defenders, I've noticed that many of them have no hesitations telling lies about us. Like there was that one fellow, Jay Windley, who runs the Clevis website. He has constantly and frequently alleged many false allegations. The one that stands out in my mind is the incident in which Bart Sabrell got punched in the face by Buzz Aldrin. Right? If you read Sabrell's book, if you watch the interviews that he had given around the time, he always maintained that this Japanese production company had interviewed Buzz Aldrin, right? And they wanted to have a segment about the Apollo hoax, and they were supposed to bring Sabrell on as a surprise guest. And well, when Aldrin, he quit the interview early, and so then Sabrell met him on the way out, and that's where the whole confrontation happened. Obviously, I think both parties could have handled it better, but the key point of contention I want to bring up here is that since that incident, Windley has gone around claiming that Sabrell posed as a Japanese production company to lure Aldrin to the motel, which is absolutely 100% false. This is Aldrin's book, right? Aldrin's book. Okay, he has a chapter specifically about this incident. He calls it what's it called? Where is it here? It was called A Punch Heard Around the World, if I recall correctly. Here we go, A Blow Heard Around the World. He says right here on page 282, because of the publicity the hoax theorists have garnered, occasionally, even in a serious interview, a reporter will broach the subject. One September morning in 2002, I was in Beverly Hills at the Lux Hotel filming a television interview for a Far Eastern TV company, for a Far Eastern TV network. He's literally confirming what Bart Sabrell had said about being interviewed for a. Let me just get this on this screen here. If you can see that. Yes. Can you full screen me? Yeah, to see with the actual statement from Aldrin. I hope you can see that. You can see it says Far Eastern TV Network.
I think you need to
a little blurry.
A little bit. Yeah, it's too blurry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Blurry.
The point of the matter is, it's there. He clearly says, you can full screen me now. He clearly says that he was interviewed by a Japanese TV company before his encounter with Sabrell. He doesn't mention Sabrell by name, but you don't need to second guess who he's talking about. Okay, and so Jay Windley is just lying by claiming, "Oh, I looked at police documents that said Sabrell posed as a company to lure Aldrin to the motel, intending to ambush him." Well, Jay Windley, you are a pathological liar, a proven pathological liar. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't go, all of you guys who follow him, claiming that, we're the ones who are liars. Why don't you take a good hard look at yourselves in the mirror?
Hey, Jared,
Okay?
I just have a question. I think you're on your laptop, Mike.
Oh, am I? Hang on.
While you sort that out, let's get into Scott. We haven't heard from Scott in a few shows. How are you, Scott? What are your thoughts on all this madness? You're muted, by the way. Your microphone is muted, Scott. Scott, if you can hear me, Scott, your microphone is muted. If you click on your little,
I did have it muted. Anyway, I was just sitting back watching all the comments that are coming in. It's great to see these people back on here again. I mean, as far as any argument goes, when you look at whether we actually landed on the moon or not, we have 692 videos out there, all of which have very good points showing that it just could not happen. I mean, that's the reality of it. And people claim, oh, well, we can debunk all of those. I haven't seen anyone take any of our evidence and say that they can actually debunk it, because yeah, a little bit of audio there, but when you see these people that say, "Oh, we can debunk that," we see comments saying, "Oh, I can debunk anything you can throw at us," or they make comments, "You haven't shown us any evidence yet." Well, if you want to be that blind, then just go watch video shorts of cats on a keyboard or something that keep you amused.
Cats on a keyboard, gadzooks.
Yeah, like something that gets billions of views.
I love
Right?
it. I love it.
And I mean, the other thing that's come up with the AI animations and stuff, right? And Robert's been doing an excellent job of our videos. You have to compliment it on. They're absolutely first rate. And he's throwing a few little, few second AI images in there, right? With the animation that's being created on it, right? And I was told that, well, we're just being lazy because we're using AI. Well, the same guy that are saying that we're lazy are the same ones that Google something or go to ChatGPT for their answers to put in their comments under there. They don't bother to research it. They don't understand it. Okay, and you see that in a lot of the comments under there. You see people going, "What is I don't understand vacuum. Why is there different levels of vacuum?" Well, then get an education. Like, don't comment on something you know nothing about and claiming that vacuum is not a problem when it comes to a space program, because it's a huge problem. Okay, it's an ever-present deadly source out there. It doesn't go away. Okay, the slightest mistake and you end up like the Titan sub. Simple as that. But they just discount it because they don't understand it. We see this all the time when we're putting videos up and stuff like that. I mean, I know Marcus has that little golden rule: why read the comments, right? Because of the people that are commenting there aren't worth commenting back. The other thing is the people that are making the comments are anonymous. Okay? And I'm going to tell everybody out there that's listening, if you want to be anonymous, we treat you as that, as nothing. You're nothing more than a bot. You can make all the comments you want out there, right? Especially if you're coming from a channel like Cyvan Dan or Mckeegan. If you're coming across there to make comments on our channel, subscribe to our channel and get an education.
Okay. Scott laying it down.
Absolutely. I mean, I sit there when I see Mckeegan. I mean, if you took the behavior channel guys like Chase Hughes and them and broke down what Mckeegan is doing, he studies body language and stuff like that. And he's in blink rate and everything else. Well, just watch how Mckeegan is stroking his dog when he's putting out bullshit. And then he does this. He throws it right at the screen. Right? It's like tossing a lie out. Every time he wants to make a point, he just tosses it out and he hopes it sticks. It's just pieces of garbage he hopes sticks to people. Right? And they gobble it up. Because, believe it or not, on this planet, there are people that operate at his level. That's why he has the number of subscribers that he has, because the vast majority they go down to his level, or they're at his level. Okay. The problem is he can't come up to our level to discuss it. That's why he's not here.
100%. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've noticed. I haven't been in this field, of questioning the NASA fairy tale nearly as long as you guys, but I have been doing it for a few years now. And one thing I've noticed is a lot of these guys will talk loud online, or they will make YouTube videos. But if you challenge them to a debate, it's like they love to run away from it. And I talk about this on my own show all the time. I'm the dumbest one on this panel. I gladly admit that. I don't have the level of intelligence of, say, a legend like Marcus Allen. Not at all. But doing these shows with you guys week in and week out, and for as long as we've been doing it, I have gained an education. I hear some feedback still. I hear my echo. Okay, that was you, Jared. Sorry. I muted you right now. Anyways, by listening to these shows, by listening to you guys, I have David McGowan's audiobook on the moon landings as well on my podcast player if anyone's interested. All those resources lay down the case that we never made it. Because if you are new, this is a message for anyone that's just dipping their toes. Maybe you believe that man made it to the moon. You were taught it in school. After this recording is uploaded onto the Apollo Detectives YouTube channel, you're going to see a little gray box that says the moon landings happened in 1969 as a fact. They're going to state that. So it's been indoctrinated into our psyche for decades at this point. And so if you are new, you need to consume. If you follow the Apollo Detectives on their YouTube channel, they have hundreds of videos on the subject. They talk about radiation. They talk about the photographs. You have Randy Walsh breaking down the F1 engine and how silly the whole concept is that they built this great engine, but they don't have the plans for it. And which then begs the question, if you don't have the plans, if you don't have any evidence that you ever made this engine, how the hell did you guys get up there then? You know what I'm saying? So it's these little bits that if you are new into this, that will get you going the right direction and questioning this. And then the next logical question that the great David McGowan posed, and which you can find in Marcus Allen's book on the moon hoax book, is that if NASA lied about this, exactly, the Apollo moon hoax with Marcus Allen, which I love, and I'm going to be chatting with Mr. Marcus Allen at some point regarding that book. But you guys quoted the great David McGowan in that if NASA, and I'm summarizing the quote, but if NASA lied about the moon landings, what else have we been lied to about? And that's a valid question. Dr. Raza, let's get you in here. We haven't heard from you. As far as my listeners are concerned, they always love to hear some Dr. Raza. So here we have Dr. Raza. How have you been, my man?
We were talking about Dave Mckeegan. Is this the guy you were talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. He has the one video where he debunks Bart Sabrell 10 times or something.
That's a new one.
I haven't even watched his videos.
He didn't debunk anything.
Right. But the point is, most of the people who refuse to debate with us, they call us, we don't debate with liars, right? That's going to be the line that they're told to say. So I think mostly when they say we don't debate you guys because you guys are liars, it may be because you guys are associated with me. Actually, I think that mainly that I'm the one that they're calling a liar.
No. They were calling Marcus a liar. That was how it all started.
Yeah, and so they also call Bart Sabrell a liar. So the point is, we have to be very clear about what does it mean to be lying, right? So, for example, if one of you guys is examining evidence and you interpret it wrong, that doesn't mean you're a liar. A liar is you're making statements which you know are false statements. So now the thing is, people who examine the moon landings, if they think they see an anomaly, that doesn't mean they're lying. It just means they can either be mistaken about it, or they can, they haven't understood they haven't interpreted the facts correctly. That doesn't mean they're lying. Lying is somebody who's knowingly saying false things. So I'm not 100% sure on where they're calling Bart Sibrel a liar. If anybody else can comment. I mean, Jerry, you mentioned a little about, they said Bart lied about certain things.
The corona.
It was what Mckeegan was talking about in this new video he put out. He basically was arguing that Sibrel was making apples and oranges comparisons with the SpaceX Starship and the Warner von Braun thing. And well, when you cite those comparisons and compare them with Apollo, some caveats need to be specified. Some asterisks need to be specified. When it comes to the Starship, the reason why the Starship is going to need something like 8 or 20 tanker missions to send it out to the moon, whereas the Apollo supposedly didn't. The key reason is that the Starship is essentially not just the lander; it's also doubling as the Earth departure stage. The upper stage of the rocket. So of course you're going to have to be bringing that enormous thing down to the surface of the moon. And well, of course, so if the only way to the only scenario which would be comparable with Apollo would be a scenario of if the S4B stage was the one doing the touchdown on the moon, doing the soft landing on the moon. So in fact, Marcus, I believe you pointed out that the ship is much larger in the last show that you guys did, and so that's a good point. There's another reason as well why it would require many more things, which I think should be the key issue, cited, is that Elon Musk, he always stated that this Starship was supposed to have a radiation storm shelter, as he called it. He never revealed what the storm shelter consisted of, but he went on the record as saying that the radiation problem is such that you need several meters of water to shield yourself against the radiation. And well, how are you going to? I've seen if you do the calculations with the volume of a sphere. If the shield is about 2 meters thick, then you're looking at something like 110 tons of water. Eugene Parker put out a paper in Scientific American a few years back. He said if it's 5 meters deep, then the shield would be about 500 tons. So that's way more heavier than what the Starship can lift. Unless he plans to actually put the shelter cabin inside the aft end of the ship and surround it with the propellant tanks, or thicken the walls between the forward tanks and the aft tanks accordingly. I can't see how they're going to be able to properly shield the astronauts. But again, since it has a solar storm shelter, or supposedly would have a solar storm shelter, it would, by extension, require much more propellant to send it to the moon and much more all these tanker missions, right? And so, Apollo, they said, oh, well, just point the bulk end of the ship towards the incoming front of radiation. Never mind the fact that the solar particles are deflected in all directions by the sun's magnetic field. They had claimed they had none of that stuff. So I think when you want to compare the Starship with Apollo, I think what you should be pointing out is the fact that, or the supposed fact that Starship is supposed to have a solar storm shelter and requires all these propellant tankers to lift it accordingly. Apollo didn't have that kind of shelter. Now, there was also the Warner von Braun thing as well. I've actually got a physical copy of the book that Sibrel was citing. Now, this one, it requires a lot of asterisks. Let me just get to the page. It's here. Where is it? Okay, this is the passage that Bart brings to our attention here. This is on page 14. Von Braun says, it is commonly believed that man will fly directly to the Earth to the moon. So directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions it would prove an economic impossibility. It would have to develop sufficient speed to penetrate the atmosphere and overcome the Earth's gravity, and, having traveled all the way to the moon, must still have enough fuel to land safely and make the return trip. Furthermore, in order to give the expedition a margin of safety, we would use not one ship, but a minimum of 3. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle that would be needed for the non-stop flight from the Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves. Each rocket ship would be taller than New York's Empire State Building, 1,250 feet, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons. Now, there's some clarification that needs to be stated up front here and stuff. Von Braun's expedition was for 50 people. 50. The idea was he would have 10 astronauts riding on one-way cargo ship, which they would dismantle and use that as a radiation shelter, a meteorite shelter, and the remaining 40 would be evenly spaced out on the remaining 2 landers. And the idea would be that the 10 from the others would basically travel in that one and return home in that, or if one of them crashed, they would all 50 would fit on that one thing. But there's another key point that really needs to be noticed here. Well, first of all, actually, if it's only 3 people or 2 people, then the weight of the rocket is scaled back down to about 5,000 or 6,000 tons, which is about twice the weight of the Saturn V. But there's another key point that has to be pointed out. Von Braun specifically says the word, it is commonly believed man will fly directly to the moon. The key word of directly is very, very important, because when he says directly, that means he's talking about direct ascent. You see, there are 3 common methods of going to the moon that's been cited. One is called direct ascent. Then you've got Earth orbit rendezvous, and then you've got lunar orbit rendezvous. Okay, a direct ascent mission, as the name suggests, it implies sending just the one spacecraft, or in von Braun's case, a fleet of 3 spacecrafts, directly to the surface of the moon and back again. No separate motherships and smaller landing craft, just the one spacecraft making the trip there and back. The problem becomes is if you're taking the one ship to the moon and back to the Earth again, that means you've got to take the re-entry heat shield with you to the surface. You don't need it on the surface, but you've got to take with you anyways. Okay, so which in turn means you need much more return propellants. You need more ascent propellants. By extension, you need more descent propellants. Okay, and so that ends up becoming some enormous quantity of propellant, in which means a stupid gigantic rocket. Okay, so if Earth orbit rendezvous, you're sort of eliminating that need for a huge single rocket, because you're basically making use of several smaller rockets to carry up either parts of the spacecraft, or basically you launch the spacecraft up empty and then you send up several ships to refuel it, as what Musk has been proposing to do. Okay, but now here's where we get to Mckeegan's point of contention. He argued that the Apollo spacecraft was lunar orbit rendezvous. The idea of lunar orbit rendezvous is that you don't take the heat shield with you down to the surface of the moon. You just take it as far as lunar orbit, and you have a smaller, lightweight craft that will basically make the rest of the way down to the surface. So therefore, you cut the required launch mass down to about the size of the Saturn V. That's his point of contention, and that was the key reason for selecting lunar orbit rendezvous over direct ascent. The idea was, we'll keep the weight down because we're not sending the heat shield all the way down to the surface. But here's the problem, you see. Advocates of lunar orbit rendezvous, they seem to overlook the radiation shield penalty. Okay, as I said before, the shielding that we would need is in the order of about 100 to 500 tons. Okay, so if you give the lunar module in the command module their own shelter module, about 500 tons each, or remember, let's be generous, a minimum of at least 100 tons each, 110 tons each. Okay, that ends up being about 220 tons. Okay, they by themselves, the Apollo lunar module and the lunar module, they both weighed about 45 tons. Okay, so now if you add that to the LEM and the command capsule, you're back to you basically have to add just more propellants to actually get them out to the moon, to enter lunar orbit and bring it to the surface and all this and that. You're back to needing the gigantic rockets that you needed with the direct ascent options. So it defeats the entire purpose of lunar orbit rendezvous. So the take-home message we should be is, if you're going to be citing the von Braun proposal, keep in mind that it applies to Apollo if you give it the shelter that would be required to survive the journey in the first place.
Speaking of which, Jarrett, I wanted to. So basically, if Bart Sabrell is presenting a piece of evidence, and that evidence turns out to be wrong, that doesn't make Bart Sabrell a liar. It just means he hasn't understood the evidence he's presenting, right? So now the thing I think you had mentioned earlier that they also called Bart Sabrell a liar because he posed as a Japanese film company when he tried to. So that's even in the Bart Sabrell interview with Buzz Aldrin, Aldrin says that you used sleazy journalism in order to get in here. I think this is the words that
That was a
Buzz
different that was a previous encounter with Aldrin. He basically arranged an interview to discuss the footage that he had found, and the incident in question that supposedly posed as a Japanese company. That was the one where he was punched in the face by Buzz Aldrin. This was a later encounter, I believe. His sit-down interview with Aldrin was in 2000, if I recall correctly, and the incident with the punch was 2002. The point of contention made here is that Jay Windley was going around claiming that he had looked at court documents that indicated Sabrell had posed as a Japanese production company to lure Aldrin to the hotel. Well, that's directly contradicted by what Buzz Aldrin said in his book. As I said, he specifically says in one September morning in 2002, I was in Beverly Hills at the Lux Hotel filming a television interview for a Far Eastern TV network when the interview began to go out in a direction that I knew was out of bounds. At first, I tried to be cordial, auditorially answering the questions, assuming the interviewer would recognize my reluctance to talk about inanity and bring the subject back to a bona fide space topic. Instead, the interviewer began playing a television segment that had aired in the United States on the subject of hoaxes, including a section suggesting the Apollo 11 mission never happened. I was aware of the piece and had been livid when it originally aired. I did not appreciate the interviewer's attempts to lure me into commenting on it. Lisa, that was his relative who was there with him, Lisa had accompanied me to the interview following her early morning triathlon training in the Santa Monica Bay, and she immediately recognized this was a flagrant violation of our willingness to conduct an interview in good faith. So she put a halt to the production. We weren't belligerent, but we did not linger over our goodbyes either. We left the hotel room and walked down the hall to catch the elevator, only a matter of seconds away. I pressed the button to the ground level, and Lisa and I looked at each other and smiled. It had been a strange morning already. When the elevator doors opened on the ground, it got worse. As we stepped out into the hotel foyer, a large man who looked in his mid-30s approached me, attempting to engage me in conversation. Obviously, he's talking about somebody other than the Japanese at this point. Okay. Hey, Buzz, how are you? He had his own film camera along. He had his own film crew along, with the camera already rolling to document the encounter. I greeted him briefly, acknowledging his presence, and kept moving. The standard procedure for life in Hollywood. As Lisa and I walked through the foyer towards the front door of the hotel, however, the man kept getting in my way, peppering me with questions, none of which I answered. Lisa took my arm and glared at the man. That's enough, she said, as I could feel the pressure in my arm guiding me towards the door. Please let us alone. We are leaving now. We stepped outside under the hotel awning, and the film crew continued right along with us. Lisa's car was parked across the street on Rodeo Drive, but there was no crosswalk nearby, and traffic was brisk. Meanwhile, the interviewer had taken out a very large Bible and was shaking it in my face, his voice becoming more animated. Will you swear on the Bible that you really walked on the moon? I looked back at the man and gave him a look as if to say, will you swear on that Bible that you are an idiot? The man was becoming more belligerent, inflammatory, and impersonally accusatory in his outbursts. I tried not to pay attention, but he was saying things like, your life is a complete lie, and here you are making money for giving interviews about things you never did. Lisa approached the cameraman and insisted, please turn off that camera. We are trying to get across the street to our car. I'm a patient man, but this was silly. You conspiracy people don't know what you're talking about, I said. Lisa spied a break in the traffic, so she grabbed me by the arm again and said, let's go, Buzz. We started walking all across the street, but the man kept getting right in front of us, standing in the middle of Rodeo Drive, blocking our path as his cameraman kept rolling film. Lisa seemed nervous about trying to get around him while searching for her keys to unlock the car with the man in such close proximity. We turned around and walked back to the Bowman station outside the hotel. Okay, this is ridiculous, I said to Lisa and to the bellman. Call the police. This guy is not letting us get to our car. I was under the awning, and Lisa turned away from me to approach the cameraman again. Please turn that camera off, she said. Meanwhile, the large man was nearly screaming at me. You're a coward, Buzz Aldrin. You're a liar and a thief. Maybe it was the West Point cadet in me. Maybe it was the Air Force fighter pilot. Or maybe I just had enough of his belligerent character assassination. But whatever it was, as the man continued to excoriate me, I suddenly let loose a right hook that would have made George Foreman proud. Whap! I belted the guy squarely in the jaw. Obviously, we don't need to second guess who he's talking about here, and he's clearly describing two separate groups of people. The Japanese people who he was giving a interview for, as he called it, a Far Eastern TV network, and Bart Sabrell. Clearly, Bart Sabrell did not pose as a Japanese production company to lure Aldrin to the motel, and Winderley is going around claiming that he had looked at police documents that confirm, Bart Sabrell posed as a Japanese production company. He's lying. Jay Winderley is a liar, and everybody who follows him is complicit in his lies. And it's funny that he should go around talking about looking at police records, because we've seen some police records as well, like the fact that Jay Winderley was a convicted pedophile. He was trialed for enticing a minor and did the time because of that. I wonder why they've never talked about that on their forum. This has been brought up to them many times in the past. All these people who are in their little echo chamber calling us liars, right? I've said to them, right, here's the documentation. Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you bring that to task? They don't want to talk about the fact that their leader, Jeffrey Epstein, Jay Winderley, is a convicted pedophile.
Damn, Jared.
Yeah.
Jared dropping that mic.
Yes.
Hey, Jared, what about the Corona stuff there? Can we get into that? Like, we'll take some.
Yes.
But actually, I wanted to mention something here, because if Bart Sabrell posed as a Japanese media company in order to get that initial interview with Buzz Aldrin, that doesn't actually make him a liar either. Just it means he conducted what's known as sleazy journalism, and even that's the exact word Bud Aldrin used. So it doesn't. If you go, like, for example, say Bart Sabrell moves to Japan and he opens a video company in Japan, and then that doesn't mean he's lying. He's not. He created that video company, right? So he's not necessarily a liar.
Well, the company that he had was called ABC Digital, which was an American company, and that was the company name that he gave to Aldrin when he scheduled an interview. Aldrin, this was something of a 20/20 hindsight on Sabrell's part. He didn't realize that ABC Digital would be interpreted as being ABC, the news broadcaster. Aldrin thought he was giving an interview to the ABC newscaster, and only after he got the business card did he realize he had just given the interview to a private company, and basically it was going around saying, you can manufacture all you want and this kind of stuff, which that right there suggests that he knows that the footage is fake, because he was trying to pin it on Sabrell then, But just to be clear, absolutely clear, the Japanese company in 2002 is unrelated to Aldrin's interview, Sabrell's interview. Slurring my words right now. Sorry, the interview that Aldrin gave interview that Aldrin gave Sabrell in 2000 is separate from the interview he gave the Japanese in 2002. That's what needs to be established here. Okay, and we've got the documentation of that straight from Aldrin's book.
So then Bart's company was registered as an American company at the time he was scheduled.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, in fact, he says in his book that he called it ABC Digital specifically, so that it would be first that shows up in the phone book.
So I want to come back to this, him calling us liars. So the thing is, probably they're considering it me the one who's the liar here, and since you guys are associated with me. So all I can say is this: they're saying that I'm lying, that I don't live in China, that I haven't worked with the Chinese government in the past. And all I can say to them is, welcome to China. You can come here to visit me now, and I'll show you, the people.
Yeah.
But, okay, so let's come back to this point he said earlier. He was talking about Robert was talking about, present us with the evidence, show us the original canisters, the original film, which was taken to the moon and back.
What that was about. Go ahead.
There's another way they can prove that they did this, was they have the lunar modules and they have the command modules sitting in museums today. So all they have to do is launch that equipment back up to the moon again, put some humans inside, and prove to us that human beings can survive the radiation in those crafts and in those spacesuits. We have the original spacesuits in the museum today. We have the original lunar module. We have the original command module. Put some people inside those suits, inside those ships, and send them up, use a starship or whatever, and prove to us that human beings can survive the radiation in those types of capsules. It's not going to happen.
That brings us back to what Weezy had brought up earlier about the people, pestering about the Artemis 2 thing. Well, they were supposed to launch that back in 2019. Then it was supposed to be launched in 2023, 24. They kept moving the date, and now it's supposed to be scheduled for 2026. Don't be surprised if they push it again, even if it does get off the ground. Right? A lot of these NASA fans, they don't seem to realize is that this craft, by their own admission, is supposed to spend much longer in the Van Allen radiation belts than Apollo. So they say, we only passed through that very briefly. Well, what's Artemis's excuse going to be? There's another thing as well, actually, come to think of it, that about von Braun's original proposal he was basically because the ship needed to build his moonships would have been too large for direct ascent. He opted for basically first constructing a space station. In fact, there's a nice little illustration in here.
But also, when von Braun was proposing his original ideas to get to the moon, he was including this kind of a nuclear generator the ship would have.
You might be thinking of a different. I don't remember if that. No, I think that's a different proposal. I think that was for the Mars one. But basically, he proposed building this gigantic station, right, which they would basically use to build the moonships there and fill up the tanks, right? But here's the thing: he was proposing to put that in about 2,000 kilometers altitude, which wasn't known back in 1953 when he wrote this book. That would have put the spacecraft right in the heart of the Van Allen belt, which obviously hadn't been discovered yet. So that's another reason why his proposal didn't get off the ground. That's another thing that Mckeegan neglected to tell his audience. But getting back to this topic of film in the vacuum, I remember when Marcus had done his debate with MC Toons, MC Toon basically argued, you've got a photograph that shows the colors are shot. Big deal. You can color correct that with the color charts and whatnot. And I thought, okay, well, let's have a look at the original negatives. The March to the Moon website purports to have scans of the original negatives, but when I looked at first of all, the PNG files were much darker than the images that are available on the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal. So I downloaded the raw TIFF files, and I was astonished they were even darker than the PNG files. In fact, there's that Apollo 9 shot that Robert showed earlier and stuff. If you look at the actual raw TIFF file of that, it was so dark you couldn't even see the big blue Earth in the background.
Yeah, well, that what that's from. It's because the system there's not enough information in the TIFF file for any editor to read properly, so it can't adjust the colors. But you see how I brought those up. And by the way, even in the shuttle photograph, you see the two images of that space shuttle. One is completely gone, like it's all blue. Those two images are exactly what happened when we put ours in the chamber, the film in the vacuum chamber. You see those two images that I showed in the presentation of the shuttle there? Yeah, well, that's the same thing. So, in the editor. So that's why we need to see the negatives, Dave, because anybody can correct that. And even if there's fog in there, I can get rid of that. Well, we didn't have software back in those days to do that, but we had an optical printer back then. And you use an optical wheel with filters on it, and then you rephotograph it. Bingo, you just got rid of the fog. There you go. So that's the answer to that one.
Well, don't forget, Robert, if we get an example of the stuff that's in the freezer, those images are on that magic film.
Oh, yes. And I'll tell you something, but you know what, Scott? Destin from Smarter Every Day, he can get a hold of those negatives. I'll put money on it.
I know, but
why doesn't Dave ask him? Then Dave should just go to Destin and ask him to get a couple of squares for the negatives then.
Right.
See, those guys have no excuse anymore. Those days are finished.
They'll just say once they took the picture, the magic went out.
Oh yeah, when magic
It
went
just
out,
poof.
all right.
You take the picture, poof, the magic's out of the film.
Oh, and
But
another
special
thing.
film is just regular film after that.
That's right. Another thing I'd like to address quick is the magic film. This magic film that seems to work in vacuum, radiation, underwater, everywhere. It doesn't matter where it works. So,
Yeah.
you know, here's the thing. When David Percy interviewed Jack Arnold, now he was the UK directing manager from Kodak in the 60s. He was the one that held that film. As a matter of fact, he's holding dupes of that film up in the video. So here's the other thing about that. Yes. So, and Jack Arnold said the only difference with the film, no magic here. The grain was finer and the backing, the plastic ester backing was thinner so that they could get 200 color photos onto a reel. That's it. No special emulsions, no special covering, no special hardening, no anything. He was there. Dave Percy got that right out of the horse's mouth. The guy that was there at that time. What did these guys have? Take this to a court of law. Well, I'll tell you what, we can bring physical negatives. We can bring the person who actually did it, the faculty member, and we can bring the photographs. What did these guys have? Images taken from the internet that have been color corrected. That's all they have. You know what the judge is going to say, and you know who the judge is going to rule for too, because they don't have anything. And now they can go to Destin from Smarter every day, and at least they can get some dupes. But do you think they'll get off their duff and do it? That's the question.
Do you still have that email I sent you, Robert? I actually sent a request out to Kodak asking if I could get a hold of the actual special order film.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to post. Oh, I want to share that one here.
Share it. While you find that, Robert, Marcus Allen, we haven't heard from you in a second. What are your thoughts on Dr. Raza talking about putting some of that museum stuff back into action?
I think it's a great idea. Maybe you could suggest it to the Chinese Space Agency. They might like to do something like that.
You send the if NASA sends the LEM and the CSM here to China, I can get it launched up. You know, in
Audio problems.
That would be good.
Problems.
Yeah.
We have a lag. Somebody's got their mic on here and it's lagging.
Robert, we're all good. Robert, I think that's you.
No, I'm on auto squelch. As soon as I stop talking, my mic shuts off.
Yeah, everything is fine. What were you saying, Raza? Or Marcus Allen, I think. What do you think about that? Can you expand on those thoughts? That's a real keen observation by Raza.
It would be a great idea. Take an official Apollo command module and an official lunar lander, stick them up onto the moon again, we're told, and just see what happens. And let's get some decent radiation readings this time. Let's not have these fictional readings that we're told that NASA have supplied, and there's no real problem with radiation. Well, how come everybody else knows there's a problem with radiation, but NASA doesn't seem to agree? And there's one. Somebody just mentioned in the chat that famous quote from Richard Feynman: "I prefer questions that cannot be answered to answers that cannot be questioned." Now, Richard Feynman was a Nobel Prize winner in physics. He was a very astute commentator, and he was the one who demonstrated at the Challenger inquiry how the O-rings were affected by low temperature, by the simple expedient of putting a sample of an O-ring into a glass of iced water and showing how it became hard. That's the sort of man you need checking out your physics is correct on Apollo. He'd probably have something to say about radiation as well. There's a point that Jara made, which I think was very valid. All these objections that maybe people like us and others have raised have been debunked. Everything's been debunked, we're told. Well, can you name anybody who has said, other than Bill Casing, there are no stars in the skies, no stars in the pictures taken on the moon. Bill Casing said that in 1976. I understand that he agreed that he was incorrect when he made that statement. To my knowledge, no Apollo skeptic, that would probably include most of us, has ever said that. So what's the point of debunking something that nobody's ever said? The shadow angles, that's not been debunked because it's a standard view of perspective using a single point camera. The flags flapping, nobody's ever said, oh, look, the flags are flapping. Unless somebody is touching the flagpole on which the flag is mounted. Nobody said this debunking business that goes on. Oh, it's all been debunked. No, it hasn't. Nobody has debunked the vacuum problems. Nobody has debunked the radiation problems that we raise continuously. Jarrah has done some extraordinary good work on radiation. The Radiation Reloaded film that he uploaded a few years back, it was. That's not been debunked, guys. So all these questions that we ask, quite legitimate questions, have not been debunked. So get that out of your head, guys, and stop lying about us being debunked. We haven't been debunked.
And if you got more issues and you want to take
now.
Marcus Allen's moon rocks, come and get it.
Oh yeah, moon rock. Here we go. Here's my moon rock. Remember when they all got stolen from Houston about 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Most of them got recovered. It's a bit that wasn't. Oh dear.
I can give them a new one that they can try and debunk right now.
Oh, go on. Let's have it.
Okay. For all 6 missions, when they stepped down off the ladder, the bottom rung was 32 inches off the ground. That's absolutely impossible. The weight of the vehicle when it lands, first of all, just the weight of it will compress the legs 10 inches. So that's down to 22 inches. And then if you take a look at the G-force that each one of the missions land are all different. So that it's going to compress the legs even farther.
Yeah.
So first of all, none of the ladders should be at 32 inches. That's number one. Minimum at least 10 inches lower. If that landing leg experienced 0 G-force, it would still be 10 inches lower, just the weight of the vehicle sitting there.
So what are you saying, Scott, that it would not be one big step for man?
No, there would be
10 inches shorter for man?
They would all be at a different height that they were stepping down from for each of the missions. And that's 6 times wrong because, first of all, it can't be at 32. But for simulation purposes, when they were practicing, they had a LEM where the legs were bolted together so that it didn't compress down. And you can see that in the various photographs when they're practicing. Like even when they're inside buildings and stuff like that, you can actually see the bolts through the legs so that they don't compress. That is the 32 inches, but it still stayed 32 inches on the moon all 6 times, and that's impossible. And everybody can go out and they can discuss that. They can grab all the pictures they want. They can pull down the PDF file on the G-force for the landing and how the legs actually operate. And there's at least 6 different PDF files out on the legs. Each one of them is different and have modified the landing legs themselves on how they compress. But the fact of the matter is none of the ladders can be at 32 inches when they step out. That's
Scott,
part of the script.
And I just wanted to mention that Scott is pulling off the fedora. So is Jarrah. Jarrah is looking like a blues traveler. You just need to get some of those.
Mine's a Bing
sunglasses.
Crosby version.
I'll tell you something about this one. I actually wore this hat to Bill Casing's resting place, and I also wore it to the press conference where I questioned Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
And so this hat gets around. I would like to put a.
Oh, that's because Phase, right? Did you tell him Phase 52?
Phase. Phase, he did a whole video basically, no comments, no substance, just criticized Scott's hat. So okay, here we go. You can have some hats in solidarity. I would like to have a steel rim around the side of it so I can guillotine statues with it, but we'll see what happens.
Woo! There we go. All right, so we've been chatting away for well over an hour, and we've been covering a lot of ground.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wheezy.
No.
Can I just grab you one thing before?
Yeah,
can
go
you
ahead.
show that Kodak message there? The message to Kodak that Jara sent there. I put it in the chat there.
In the chat.
In the presentation.
Message. I don't see it in the private chat.
It's over here. Maybe I'll. Okay, well here it is.
Where is
again.
over here?
I'll put it in there again.
Put it in the private chat, please.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in the present. You just have to hit it.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I see it.
Hey, Jerry.
Yes,
Jerry, you want to read that?
Yeah, so I basically wrote this message to Kodak. To whom it may concern, I'd like to order some 70mm Kodak Ektachrome SO386 medium speed ASA 64 color reversal film as used in the Apollo missions, and some 70mm Kodak SO243 high definition aerial film as used in the unmanned lunar orbiter missions. Thank you, Jara White. Basically, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get a hold of the actual film that's been used on both Apollo and lunar orbiter. Apollo, we could use that to, put that in a vacuum and see if there's anything special about it, or if it outgasses like the films that you guys tested in the thing. And the lunar orbiter film, this film is reported to be very resistant to radiation. You need something like 100 rads for it to become at least 50% fogged. So, you would think, okay, if you've got this film that can handle this type of radiation, then why didn't you give the same film to Apollo? Why don't you give it to the Apollo astronauts? You would think that they would have.
But okay, they give it to the Apollo astronauts, right? But here's the other thing. What Dave and his click failed to mention here was that when you look at the images, we took pristine, clear images with our film, and we put it in the vacuum chamber. We still had clear pictures. It's only the hues that were out. When the film got sent to the University of Patras, when Bill did his experiment in there, well, guess what happened? We started to see fog as well as the hues going out. So this is what we should be seeing. But guess what? We can correct that just the same way they did.
And there's one last thing I would like to mention about this whole Mckeegan story as well. Is that he had basically, regarding the hexagon spy satellite, he had jumped on this one interview rather presentation that I think his name was
Pressel.
Yeah, that's correct. Phil Pressel. He basically was the guy who designed the camera system in the hexagon spy satellite. And in the interview, right, he basically talks about how they needed to use these gigantic nitrogen tanks, which were pressurized to something like 3,000 psi, which will basically supply the film with the nitrogen gas for the entire duration of the mission. I found the presentation he chose to be rather selective because you can see old age catching up with the guy because he sort of trails off and never really explains what they needed to use those big tanks for. He just homed in on the bit where he says extended and just called it a day, basically implying that the water would evaporate over the extended period of time. To which I say, that's ridiculous. You put some water in a vacuum chamber and see what happens. The water content of the gelatin is about 10% by weight. Okay, so you can do the calculations. There's a very, very small amount of water, but that will outgas in the vacuum when you expose it to the vacuum. So you don't need to have all this talk about a long duration is needed for the water to outgas. Have you ever put water in a vacuum chamber? Seriously, doesn't matter if it's bonded to the other materials or anything like that. It'll have the same effect. It wants to outgas. So this is just nonsense. What he was talking about, or what Mckeegan was talking about.
Also, can I mention that? What was his name again? Mckeegan.
Yeah.
Dave Mckeegan.
Yeah, Dave
Also,
McKeegan.
regarding
They like to call them digital, Dave.
regarding the film thing, the reason they won't let us see the original film is because that film has been spliced. They tell us that it's one long roll, this number to this number. But if you actually go through the rolls and you look at the sequence of photographs on the rolls, some of the images were shot in a studio lab, and some of the images were actually taken from an unmanned craft orbiting the moon. So they could splice. There was some of the shots like going towards the moon and coming back to the moon. There's photos of the Earth and photos of the moon, getting closer to the moon, getting farther away from Earth. All those photos are real, but in the same roll, they spliced in a set of studio images where you have this artificial moon in a studio, and then they would splice back to real photographs. So that's why they won't let us examine the original rolls, because we can determine that these are not, it's not one continuous roll of film taken from one end to the other. They spliced in certain images in the middle, and that can actually be proven. So they will never let us see the original rolls. And also, I want to come back to his YouTube channel. The reason why Dave McKeegan's YouTube channel is so popular is because YouTube is not a level playing ground. Okay, we've got the same bankers which have controlled the private central banks for 400 years, which control the media, and they control YouTube, and they control how many viewers Dave McKeegan gets, and they control how many viewers we get. And they don't want people to watch our videos, and they don't want people to know that these are the same bankers which have been controlling the media for 400 years.
Oh, no, you see, I thought, hey, look, if I monetize the channel, I'm just doing it just to test this out. Because when you monetize, it's not this money-making thing. The first thing they do is you become a partner, a YouTube partner. That's the first thing. And when you become a YouTube partner, they put your video out. They put it out to more people. You get more impressions. You get more, people get that thumbnail in their feeds. But we have hardly seen any growth at all in the analytics. I mean, our videos, it's not worth even monetizing for the money, right? There's no point in it. The only reason why I did it was to try and see if it will work. And if it doesn't, it goes unmonetized very quickly.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to let ads run on that channel and irritate people for no reason. Right. And those guys, and that's all those guys do. Simon, Dan, Dave, they're only there to make money. That's their job. Exactly. That's their job. So they chose that type of work. Fine. But why do you have to put another ad in there? Like put extra ads in there for, brilliant.org and NordVPN and all this. Simon and Danny's first 2 minutes of his videos are nothing but NordVPN or something stupid like that. Right? Now, come on. Why do you need all this extra money? Come on.
Well,
they got themselves making
the
their
thing,
own paid endorsement as well at the beginning of these videos as well. They say, before we get to the main meat and potatoes of the video, I'd like to, here's what my sponsor is today, blah, 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 blah. Go give them money.
Yeah, and by the way, and another thing, here's the thing. When we make a video, and this is what I said last week, and then I'll be quiet. When we make our videos, we have never used a script. It's all we do is we sit down, put a PDF down, we go over it, discuss it. And that's why it's called the Apollo discussions. It's not called the Apollo, we are right all the time. This is what these guys don't understand. And then they come out and call us liars. Well, stop the video, pause the video, and read the NASA's own text that's going down the screen. And they say we don't put links in there. Well, yes, don't need to, because the very first page I always put in of the PDF, it's got the numbers, the documents. One subscriber in the comment section said, oh, look, I did that. I actually went and I typed the numbers in right there that are on the very first page, and I got the whole document. There you go. So that's my spiel.
And that's the thing people need to understand. Like, these kind of discussions are severely shadow banned. You guys have lost channels in the past. And
I can tell you stories about that.
yeah, and so what I want people to understand is, especially if you are new, this is the first time you are listening to this, because we have a lot of the people that listen to us for, have been listening to us for quite a while. We have about 150 people listening to us right now concurrently. So imagine a little auditorium with 150 people. That's not bad at all. And over the course of a week, that's going to balloon up to a few thousand people. And we are super grateful for each and every one of those people that tune in each and every time. What I want people to know, though, is especially for the newer folks, this panel here, I said it earlier, and I was kind of trying to be funny, but I'm serious. And I'm normally an outrageous person, a very arrogant person myself, but I will admit I am the dumbest person on this panel. You have someone like Scott who reads through the official documents and breaks them down. You have Robert Williams who examines the footage and the cameras and breaks that down. You have the great Marcus Allen focusing on the radiation and its effects on the film footage that we allegedly got from the moon landings. We have two astrophysicists in Gerald White and Dr. Raza. These guys are top of the shelf right here. And so this is what I stated at the very beginning. When you have these channels that have over 100,000, there's one channel, I don't know whose channel it is, but it has almost 1 million followers. And they're making videos about the Apollo Detectives channel, which has under 7,000 followers. You don't make videos when you have that much of a following about much smaller followings unless you're scared, in my opinion. And so I know some of the tactics that they're engaging with the ad hominem attacks. It seems like that's what they're really going for. When they're making fun of your hats and not the argument, that's an ad hominem.
Yes, and Wheezy, one thing I'd like to point out too is that they're wishing death on Marcus, and that is another thing that I would like to show in the
fuck that, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, Marcus. I watch my language around that, but if anyone wishes you that, I wish they say that to my face, because I'd fucking send them to another dimension. That is not cool, and I say that as admiration and respect for you, Mr. Marcus Allen. You are a true legend, and the thing is, when I have seen you engage, when I saw you engage with MC Toon, you didn't go to his level. This clown pulled out a Rubik's Cube while you were expressing your point. And you shut him down that way by saying, look, you're either going to respect this conversation or I'm out of here. And you haven't gone to their level. But this is the level that these guys are engaging with. And in my opinion, it's because they don't really have a solid foundation. They don't have a good argument.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, because that's why they use the insult card, because that will attract a lot of people who like to hear bad language being used and people being taken out. But if you refuse to be taken out, as we do, it doesn't work. Try something else. Try some reality. Try some truth. Try some honesty. And there are people making comments. There's one, Anthony Norris, who's made some very good comments on there. Of course, in a vacuum, lubrication inside the Hasselblad camera would disappear, boil off. Now, there's one point made. Was the Saturn V, those we saw launched, 1 million people watched Apollo 11, the Saturn V took off, was it a manned craft? Now, one of the points that Scott has made continuously to do with the noise level of the engines, which is why everybody had to be at least 6 miles away, 6 kilometers, whatever it is, a long way away from the launch, because the noise level of a huge rocket like the Saturn V rocket taking off produces noise levels, sound levels, which would kill people. The astronauts were literally 300 feet above the engines. And they weren't flying faster than the speed of sound, so they weren't outrunning their engine noise, certainly not for the first minute or so. Now, how many people know that there was a room constructed underneath the Saturn V launch in Florida, a room that was there in case, the official story is, in case there was an explosion, the astronauts could then escape from the top of the rocket, go down a big chute into a soundproof and heat-proofed room below the launch site. There are films of it. And James Burke, who was a BBC television reporter at the time, showed how you did it, how you got into this room. So the question whether the Saturn V rockets were actually manned when they took off is a good one. You've got to look at all the evidence. Why was this room created? Was it used? Would the astronauts then be, like in the famous Capricorn 1 film, be removed from the site probably about 24 hours later when everybody had gone away and there was nobody watching, gone away and got into their capsule, flown up in a C-135 transport plane, pushed out the back of it? There are films of that as well. So these are quite legitimate questions to ask. One may be wrong about it, but the question is not wrong.
Here's the death threat that's in question. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry to repeat this. He says, it will be a relief for truth when Marcus Allen dies. He has been a grifter, blowing with whatever money wind blows, from Apollo believer to Apollo denier. The man has no scruples, to which this obvious man writes, well said, they're there to snare disciples, not explore the truth. Hey, obvious man, BK Knight, or B Knight, however you pronounce your name is, why don't you talk about your supreme leader, Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, Jay Windley.
Oh, Jay Windley.
You're going to hold Jeffrey Epstein, Jay Windley to task?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They have to resort to that kind of vile message and tactics. That is, I'm ashamed of that for you, Mr. Marcus, because that's how much respect I have for you. You know what I mean? To even have to display that on the screen, that anyone would say such ridiculous things over what? Over a staged event?
Yeah, here's another one. Here's another one I put in there. You can see the little posts that the other fellow's making here too, at the bottom.
That's the original one, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the original one.
Truth needs no
again,
defense.
So again, it's very sad that these are the fellows that Dave and Simon, Dan, and MC Toon they're hanging around with. So listen, have we ever gone to their channels? We've never gone to their channels and called them anything.
No, we haven't.
It reflects poorly on the Apollo program that these are the kinds of people defending the Apollo missions. In fact, let me tell you a story. You remember when I was doing that debate with Mike Mullane? If you recall, the debate was actually hosted by Danielle Russo, who is the granddaughter of the Apollo 14 astronaut, Stuart Russo. Right. I actually before we were waiting for before the show came on, while we were waiting for Mike Mullane to come on, I actually apologized in advance to Danielle for the appearance of somebody who I knew was going to be there. Right. He was one of the really, really sick kind of people. I told her the story about how he. One time he actually took a picture of my face and basically photo manipulated it onto a picture of a vagina, made it look like my face was the clitoris. She was absolutely appalled, and she actually apologized that I had to go through that. Put it into perspective, the granddaughter of one of the Apollo astronauts apologizing for the kind of abuse that's been held in my direction by the defenders of her grandfather's mission. That puts it into perspective, doesn't it?
It does.
let's bring in Scott. We haven't heard from Scott in a minute.
Yeah, Scott just had to step out for a sec.
Well, while he's out, I would like to bring up the topic of the flags, Marcus. You brought up the flags. So I'd like to give a little bit of history about that. The first one to argue about the flags waving was this bloke here.
Yeah.
Was William Bryan. Now, it's interesting to note is that this guy who wrote this book, Moongate, he's a nuclear engineer. But here's the thing: he didn't doubt that the emissions were real. The premise of his book is that NASA made some weird discoveries on the moon and covered them up. His explanation for the flag waving was that it was an atmosphere on the moon, or the astronauts not jumping very, very high. He said, "Oh, well, the moon must have stronger gravity than we're told." Anyways, the flag issue that really stands out. They always say, "Oh, well, it's only waving because the astronauts are trying to screw the flagpole into the ground, and it's causing the flag to shift back and forth." And in fact, the Mythbusters, they had that segment where they tried to prove that with the vacuum chamber. And I'll never forget this. At the very end, the narrator says, unless someone finds a clip of the flag waving without an astronaut operating the flagpole, it's myth busted. Well, what about the Apollo 15 flag where David Scott runs straight past it and it waves?
Yeah.
It waves. And matter of fact, let me find the clip for you here. I actually approached that guy, the Mythbuster who did that. I forget his name right now, but basically I approached him, basically showed him that clip in question. Let me find it for you. I think it was Grant Imahara, if I recall correctly. Where is it? 15. I'll find it for you. I got the clip somewhere. I got so many videos. Oh my God. Hang on.
Almost as many as NASA.
Yes. All right, shows the flag. Here it is. I'll put that here. This was at Supernova, the Pop Culture Expo where he was appearing. And let me just put that in the comments. There you go. You got it in the private chat now. You want to play that?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me upload it real quick.
This was at the Sydney Supernova Convention, so he was in my hood now. So there you go.
Let me get rid of this gosh darn ad. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, turn the volume up. Yeah.
Yes. Hello. On the Moon Hoax special, you were the one who did the American flag thing. Yes. After your experiment, the narrator said, unless someone can find a clip of the flag waving without an astronaut holding the flagpole, it's myth-busted. Are you not aware that on Apollo 15, David Scott ran past the flag and it waved? In fact, I've got it here right on my computer to show you. Okay. Unfortunately, this won't cause us to redo it, but wait a second. Wait for it. It waits. Runs faster. Wait for it.
What's the next question?
Hang on.
That's
Yeah. See? There you go. Irrefutable evidence, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
We'll go on.
Not until we examine the evidence ourselves, unfortunately. But thank you. Yes.
That was awesome.
Well done.
Give it up to Gerald White on that. So for the audio listeners, because I always put these conversations on my podcast players, you can listen Apple, Spotify, Podcast Addict, whatever you want to listen to. Let's describe what we just saw. We just saw a young Jera, if I may add, go up to the stage with his little iPad or whatever, whatever you were holding, and you were showing the speaker the evidence. And what was his answer? His eyes got big. He was like, well, it'll have to be out after we examine the evidence. What are you talking about? He just showed you irrefutable evidence. That was awesome, Jared. Awesome.
That was the second time I encountered the Mythbusters. I encountered that Adam Savage bloke in Las Vegas. I had flown all the way from Sydney to Las Vegas to appear, or to basically attend this place where he was appearing in. It was called the Amazing Eight, if I recall correctly. This skeptic convention. which basically he was giving the speeches, and he said, I'll never forget this, Adam Savage, he says, if there's anything that I screwed up on the program that you want me to talk about, raise your hand to this nice guy with the microphone. And I'm like, don't tempt me. Ooh, 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 ooh. I put my hand up, right, and I literally laid into the bloke about how I said the moon hoax episode was based on botched experiments. I pointed out how if you take the footage of him jumping around on the wire and you slow that down to 67%, it suddenly matches the Apollo footage. He's like, I hadn't thought of that. What we do is in science. We're an entertainment show. Our job is to do this and that. He's just said it's entertainment, not science. That's you think of that of what I laugh when people call us grifters. How much money do you think I paid to fly from Australia to Las Vegas? Then there's on top of that, I had to pay $175 American, literally to attend this thing where people are just paying to be told what to think, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay? And so Phil Plait was also there as well, the bad astronomer. I went there to call him out as well because he was going around claiming that Kaysing denied any space travel was possible. After Bill Kaysing died, he put out this obituary, said in quotation marks, this obituary which just attacked, basically claiming that Kaysing said any space travel is impossible. And that's despite the fact that he put out this review of the Fox special in which Kaysing explicitly says the astronauts orbited the Earth for 8 days, and basically they broadcast these fake videos. So if they're orbiting the Earth, then clearly space travel is possible. So Plait is just lying here, and he knows that he's lying. Now, I would like to just on that note regarding making Earth orbit and stuff. I would like to make one clarification regarding the issue of the sound. Yes, the sound the rocket produces is about 150 decibels, but by the time it reaches, it's got to travel through the structure of the spacecraft. By the time it reaches the astronauts, it only produces about the noise level of a chainsaw. So it's about 90 decibels, if I recall correctly. So it's much quieter than it would be. They'd still have to probably talk above the thing, because I understand the microphone doesn't have much of a range. Bill Landers jokingly referred to them as tonsil mics, because he said the range was so short he had to literally shove it into his mouth so you could hear anything. So that's what I understand. It was regarding the noise issue. But yeah, they do have to keep the spectators at a great distance from the thing, or it would be pretty disastrous for anyone literally standing right next to the rocket.
I think that the excuse that these apologists use is they say that they had noise cancellation microphones, and that was just enough the noise cancellation to block out the sound of the engine. I think I personally feel that it's kind of like a cult. They have this moon landing conspiracy theorist debunker channel, and so it's like a cult, So there's a whole bunch of new recruits they have which come after us, and we won't debate with you guys because you guys are known liars, This is and they're just parrots. All they're doing, their only argument that any of them ever make is that the reason we know the moon landings were true is because NASA said the moon landings were true. From that point, they're just parrots. They're just admitting that they're parrots. All we can do, if you ask us for evidence, all we can provide you with is the evidence which NASA gave us.
Yeah.
So there's nothing that they can do except repeat what they've been told. We were told that the radiation levels weren't so bad, that they were survivable, and this is what made the moon landing true, So they're just parrots, and
Yeah, that's a good point. A cult. That's what NASA is. It's a cult, and they have followers.
Yeah, look at that 50th anniversary there. That tells you something, doesn't it? Look at how they have it up on that big obelisk there, and they have the Apollo missions, and they're up there, and they're showing it. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny come the 100th anniversary? They're still talking about sending Artemis 2 to the moon in 2075. By that stage, they probably have a whole different generation of crew members who are slated to fly it, or whatever they're going to call the next one after that. They're likely to just keep pushing it further and further into into the future.
And here's the thing. Here's just a quick little thought. With the advances in AI just increasing exponentially, especially with the average person. I'm not talking about what the government has in their hands as far as AI capabilities or what NASA has. I'm talking about what you and I have at our capabilities. With all that being said, and they're saying that it's going to be 2075, why, especially if you've been watching the Apollo detectives break this down for a while now, why in the hell would you believe anything they say? I mean, especially with AI, that's going to be the conundrum we are facing. It's going to be super tough to know what is real and what's completely fake and manufactured. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Marcus Allen, especially you?
Well, I've always thought that there was a cult-like behavior to NASA.
Dave Mckeegan has entered the studio.
Oh, hi, Dave. How you doing? Where
All
is
right, all right. Before we let him in, we're gonna let him chat. Mute your microphones. We're gonna welcome him. We're gonna show him that we do respond to people kindly.
Yeah.
So let's welcome to the stage, Mr. Dave Mckeegan. What's
up,
guys?
Dave? Hello.
How's it
I take it you can hear me okay? I've got everything
we can
set
hear
up
you.
all right.
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us. Marcus Allen is from the UK. You are from the UK, so I completely understand that it's pretty late. So thank you for joining us.
Yeah, so I can't stay around for long. Sorry, guys. I was I've been pretty busy, and yeah, it's quite late. So, but I thought I'd pop by because I did have a quick look at the stream, and I saw you talking a lot about me and saying that we're a cult and we're cowards and we won't debate and stuff. So I thought I'd just pop in and show that that's not actually the case.
Where's Rusty?
Rusty, he's
He's there.
He's there.
There he is.
He's where he always sits.
Oh, it's nice.
Hey, Dave. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. It's super hard to get anyone that defends NASA the way you do to actually come on the stream. I challenge people all the time on Twitter, and all I get is crickets. So before anything, I want to thank you for that. And I want to show you that we are respectful. We're not going to be ganging up on you or talking over you or any of that stuff. But we don't believe the official story. Why do you believe the official story?
Because despite what you may believe, I have actually looked at all the arguments, and both for and against, and I've not found anything to refute the moon landings, and I've seen no way that that they could be accurately replicated on Earth, all aspects in one go.
I see. And I want to let these gentlemen chime in, but I want to ask you real quick. Have you always accepted all the government narratives?
No, because the politicians are full of shit.
We agree on that at the very least. All right, Jera or Marcus, any of you want to answer that?
Oh, just one point. Have you seen the film Smoke and Mirrors?
I've seen you mention it. I've not watched it completely, but is that your argument that they're using miniatures?
They were certainly using miniatures in that film, yes. And miniatures do appear to be used, especially in the Apollo 16 lunar module, lunar rover Grand Prix, because it's very hard. It's very hard to assume that there is a studio or a facility large enough to accommodate it. It'd be much simpler to have a model in a relatively small studio space, maybe 100, 150 foot across, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be easier with a miniature. The problems you have is from a photography perspective, if you're dealing with miniatures, then the cameras are much closer to the subject. So then you wind up with a naturally shallow depth of field. So all the backgrounds would go blurry, which we don't see. And you also have the problem then with the Grand Prix example is the dust that's coming off the back of it is not behaving as it would on Earth in an atmosphere. It's not clouding up like it would with an atmosphere.
If I may respond to that issue regarding the clouds, I've actually produced my own videos along those lines. If you go to the beach, if you kick up the uppermost layer of the sand, right, it doesn't form a cloud. It basically it goes up in an arc and then comes back down again. And I think there's been a few comparisons that people have made with remote control race cars, where the wheels kicking up the dust. If you're using a miniature, you have to recalculate for how high it would go. You can see the dust on the Grand Prix cars, on the RC cars. They go much higher than it would with a full sized car. Okay, and as I said, you got the sand basically acting more like the what we see in the Apollo videos. The sand doesn't form a clouds. It basically goes up and comes back down again. And people, they like to argue, well, what about the blueprints? To that, I argue is that they would have had to use a layer of wet sand underneath that and a layer of dry sand on top of that to get the dust kicking up and forming these arcs that come back down to the ground.
Okay. I mean, what I've seen of the Grand Prix analysis is they also took into account the rotation speed of the wheel on the rover, which whenever you watch like dune buggies on Earth, on like going up sand dunes and stuff, they're spinning the wheels a lot faster to get the plumes to go as high as they do when compared to the lunar rover.
Well, can I just say one thing, Dave? I just want to say thank you very much for coming on the show. I mean it. What happens is every time, like for the last few years, we've had people that have come on and then they've just cut out or they've made up excuses. So thank you very much for being the very first one to come on here. Wow, that is impressive. Now, one thing I'd like to say, being in the movie industry for quite a few years in the past, I'm retired now, but the way I would look at it is that, you see, when they blew the craters in Flagstaff, let's say, the moon craters that the survey did, geological survey did for the training. Now, they blew all those craters in Flagstaff to mimic the moon for the training, right? They had two separate areas that they did the craters in. Now, one area had a big crane over it. That was the one with the crane over it. And the other one they used for practicing. Now, the one that had the crane over it was the one that interested me the most, because the way that I would have filmed that, being in the industry, is I would have used a high-speed camera, about 500 frames a second, maybe a little less. And I would have had that moon buggy, or that rover, traveling up and down or going around in a circle underneath that crane. Very easy to block the hills out. As a matter of fact, they have blackout curtains right there in one of the scenes where you can see where they have blacked out where they're going to be training with the LM that comes down off of that crane. So what I would do is I would do that, and I would do it in high speed, take the high speed film, use a high speed film camera and film that scene. Now you have the craters, you have the whole thing. Now you slow that down, you can make it exactly into lunar gravity. The dust is going to fly off in lunar gravity. And one other thing, in one of the Apollo films, I believe it was 16, when I looked at that and analyzed it, I did see the astronauts' arm move. So in that one section, that's not a dummy in there. That's a real person in that rover driving. So that's how I would have done that scene. And I would have blacked out the screen. Now, Tim Trumbull, I don't know if you know Douglas Trumbull, who did the Space Odyssey 2001. He did the special effects for it. He did the special effects for a lot of shows, right? John Dykstra. Well, Tim Trumbull, he worked with those guys. He's a good friend of mine. And they did a lot of work in optical printers, like with optical printers, and the effects that they got from those printers were just incredible. And he was showing me how they would remove a background on a film on an optical printer and place whatever they wanted there. And they didn't need a blue screen or anything to do it with. And some of the stuff he was showing me was just so incredible. And then I put that to him. I put that to Tim Trumbull. I said, could they possibly have done it that way, right? And he says, absolutely, they could have. Doesn't mean they did it, but they could have. That's one possibility, because then you would have the arms moving at the right speed. You'd have the dust flying at the right speed. You have all the craters already blown there from the National Geological Survey. And when you take the images from on top, like they took images from the helicopter and they compared that to the lunar surface, and they had the artists, they had everything perfectly done to match exactly what the lunar orbiter photographs that they took when they sent that craft up there. So that's how I personally think that they could have done it. What do you think?
I mean, the problem for me is there's always, you could look at any various ones and go, okay, well, they could do this, they could do that, and they could do something else. But there's nothing that fits everything apart from it was on the moon, in my opinion.
Right.
One of the clips, so I know you guys have seen, I did that big, long multi-stream conversation with Jaren about the moon landings. And one of the clips that I brought up wasn't, the Grand Prix one is difficult because, you don't really see them moving. You don't see the people moving, so you could say they slow motioned it. But on one of the EVAs, and I can't remember which one, I'll have to dig the clip out, you see one of the astronauts with what essentially looks like a litter picker pick up a bag and fling it, literally launch it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But their arm barely moves, as in it goes from ground to about here. It doesn't throw right the way up. It's just this, and then the bag's gone. The hang time, the trajectory of the bag, people have worked it all out based on the size of the person, and then everything else all fits 1/6 gravity. Now, you could say, okay, well, maybe they put the bag on a crane and made it fly in that way, but you can see the material. It's not a rigid object that they're throwing. It's not being pulled. It's moving exactly like a bag would in free air, or not in free air, but just in free movement, but not as it would on Earth with an atmosphere and with 1G.
No, but
I'd like to counter that.
But just hang on, Jer. An optical printer could fix all that very easily. Now, I just want to ask you, Dave. You must know what an optical printer is, right? Have you ever seen how they did Star Wars? They used optical printers to rephotograph and change the speeds. They could take frames out, add frames. So that can be done very easily on an optical printer. I would really suggest that you watch a film on optical printing. I have a really good one that it was too bad it was taken down. Then somebody put it back up again. So there's a technician that takes you all the way through the whole process, how you can add frames, drop frames to make certain, like if that guy throws the bag, you could take certain frames out of there and you can add them back in, and it goes very quickly. And then they rephotograph it. And they also have an optical wheel that you can take and you could take and remove backgrounds and change things with these filter wheels that they have. I really highly recommend that you would at least watch one of those. I'll find it and I'll put the link in here just so you can watch it. I mean, it's neutral, right? It's just a fella showing you how this system works. And it's one of the best ones I've seen. It's an old one. It's an old one, but it's good. It's a really good one. It just, again, it breaks down how that whole system worked. And that's all they had back then was an optical printer. They didn't have any of this stuff they have today. So
you got any thoughts, Dave? Or I think Jared wanted to. chime in?
I'd like to say a few words. First of all, David, thank you for coming on. Really appreciate that. And I do respect your position that you have on it. And I'll tell you why. It's because I grew up right at the time when Apollo was happening. I was just starting high school. Science teachers were just off the wall with everything about Apollo. I mean, they had the big plastic models up in the corner of the thing, everything. I grew up with that. I believed it. There was no reason for me not to believe it. I've always been an avid space enthusiast, if you like. So I was always reading articles, everything I could get my hands on. Okay. And always believed it. And then one day I'm listening and hearing that, hey, we never landed on the moon. I couldn't believe it. I thought it's bullshit. I needed to research it myself. Okay. When they first brought the PDF files online for the 30th anniversary, right? It took me hours to download them just so I could read them. I was that interested. Okay. And I believed everything that was written there if you take it at face value. But when you examine it up close, they go through all of the problems that are in the PDF files. Where's the PDF files that resolved all those problems? They're not there. Okay. It made me even more curious. Okay. Then I listened to, I think the first video I watched was James Collier, right? And then Marcus Allen. So I contacted Marcus, right? Because I didn't believe it. I believe we landed on the moon. And you get that block in your head that said it couldn't possibly. You believe the government, you believe this, you believe everything else. You believe the teachers, the educators that have told you this, right? And you sit there and you study it. And I started studying the photographs in detail, thousands of hours, and didn't see anything. Okay. And then I said, if they faked it and if they fake these photographs, it's on the earth, I'm just going to look at the soil. Another 1,000 hours, nothing. And then one day I came across something that shouldn't be there. Everything just opened up. Okay. I had my own evidence. Okay. That's why I believe it today, that it didn't happen. Everything falls into place. Okay. I got a photograph, one of the famous photographs, Buzz Aldrin in the doorframe. Okay.
And that's the thing, Dave.
How can he be there in that door frame? It's impossible. Can you just Scott finish that?
Yeah. Buzz Aldrin's in the doorframe. Hundreds of millions of people have viewed that photograph. You viewed that photograph. Okay. It's been analyzed by everybody. And there's Buzz Aldrin coming out the doorframe. Okay. That lamb's just a model. His backpack is right up against the door frame. And there's 12 inches of console directly above that, 1 inch above. It's not inside that machine. It can't be there. Buzz Aldrin cannot be occupying the same space as equipment in the vehicle. It just can't happen.
Let's let Dave respond to it. We haven't heard from him in a few minutes.
Okay. Yes, I'm familiar with that photo, Scott, because we've already discussed that in the past. Just with regards to your earlier stuff, I was in very much the same boat as you, in that I hear all these arguments. I'm not just going to take anything that gets said at face value. I want to see the evidence of it. I want to go and look for myself. That's what I did in the what turned into 14 hours of live streams with Jaren. I literally just gave him an open book and said, send me whatever arguments you've got. He opened it up to his panel, to his audience, and said, any evidence at all, send it to me and I'll put it to Dave. He literally just listed me all on Telegram and said, this is everything I want to go through. And I went and I buried for hours into all of it. And I found nothing that actually goes against the moon landings at all. By the sounds of it, with respect, you've just said you've looked at all these thousands of hours of photos and then you see one thing that doesn't make sense to you and that's it. Instantly, you've jumped on this.
Oh, no, there's
It's
a
got to
hell
be
of a
fake.
lot more. There's a hell of a lot more. That's
I'm
just
only going
one
off what...
item.
Okay, but that's what you just said. You looked for hours and hours and hours at all these different things and you couldn't find anything wrong with it. And then just one thing, bang, suddenly everything fell into place rather than maybe I just don't quite... Maybe, what am I missing with that? And keeping the open mind of, is there an explanation for it? That, what it sounded like to me, and for all you describe of we've got the closed mind and can't see the truth, I could also argue that...
I'm just saying,
you're breaking up.
yourself back.
Hold up, Scott. What did you just say, Dave? You froze up a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I said that for what Scott was just saying, that we have this closed mind, that we can't see the truth for what it is. I could also flip that and say that you are so far down the rabbit hole of having convinced yourself it's fake that you're now struggling to come back from that.
No, what I'm saying is I had a very closed mind for many, many years because I believe they landed on the moon.
But that's what I mean. That you say you had a closed mind because you believe they had because they landed on the moon, and now you have an open mind. But conversely, I could argue that
what I'm saying
actually,
is that your formed opinions over your entire lifetime can blind you to reality.
I completely agree, but that's what I mean. Is that goes both ways, and I speak from having seen this firsthand because Jaren, the guy I was talking to, the guy I was on the conversations with, spent the best part of a decade of his life utterly convinced the Earth was flat. Was so close-minded that he was adamant it was flat, and everything in his mind pointed to that until suddenly some light switch moment just broke it, and only then could he actually see, I was wrong. And that's what I mean is that...
But that's an interesting comment.
You guys took him there. Robert? He saw it for himself. Like, you took him there, and he saw it for himself. He couldn't say anything anymore. Listen, I just want to say one thing. And I'm going to drop it after this, okay? But as far as that goes, I offered to crowdfund for one of those flat earthers to go to the ISS, all right? And I waited for about a week, and I heard nothing back. And then what I said, but like with with Dave, Flat Earth Dave fellow there, and I says, well, I tell you what, why don't we send him up there? But you know what the problem is in the comment section is this: we'd have to send them all up there because one would come back, and it would happen with Jaren. He would be ostracized. Okay,
yeah.
So. As far as it goes with the moon landing stuff, is the only way we're going to get the truth is if somebody lands there and gets out and takes a photo of all that stuff. That'll.
Well, I mean,
Can I just add one thing too regarding this whole Jeranism thing? Right off the bat, I haven't seen your discussions with him from start to finish. I've seen some bits here and there, but for the most part, based on my own conversations with Jeranism in the past, we don't consider his arguments to be the best arguments regarding the Apollo missions. He was I've seen his videos. He first got in touch with me several years back, basically asking me if I could promote his work on my channel. I had a quick look at his thing, and it was a Flat Earth channel. No, I didn't even bother responding. But then he started using some of my own videos in his productions, and that really got me livid and stuff. And so we got a bit of a back and forth regarding that, and it got to the point where we actually had to start asking YouTube to remove his stuff because he's using our material, misrepresenting our material, and passing it off as proof of our flat Earth. Well, that you're making quite a wild leap there. Okay, and so ultimately he agreed to take them down, and we retracted the strikes against his channel. That was all well and done. But the point of the matter is that we looked at a lot of his stuff, and it's like one of the things that stands out in my mind was he was claiming that, the astronauts on a flight to the moon, why are they still floating? Well, that should be even if you doubt Apollo, that should be obvious to why they're still floating. First of all, the spacecraft itself doesn't have enough mass to attract its own Earth-like gravity field, and secondly, it's not doing a rotating ring sort of thing like they have on the Von Braun station, for example, to generate an artificial gravity, and thirdly, for all intents and purposes, a translunar injection is essentially a Earth orbit that takes it out as far as the moon. So the same principle that applies in low Earth orbit would apply to a really, really high Earth orbit that goes all the way out to the moon. As far as astronauts floating go. So this argument that he was putting out was just nonsense. And then there was another one that he put out about why aren't the chutes burning up in the parachutes? Why aren't they burning up in the plasma? It's because they're not deployed. They're not deployed yet until after the plasma re-entry field. And so I said this before, and I said again, I would be embarrassed to be citing these kinds of arguments that he's putting out there. This is why we don't take these flat earthers seriously. We don't welcome them on our channels. We don't. You've seen whenever they've slipped through the cracks and found their way into the live chat. You've seen how hostile I tend to get, how hot under the collar I tend to get, is because we've had our share of our stuff being misrepresented by these people. Their arguments could be explained by a kindergarten student. Okay, they're literally functioning below the expectation level of a kindergarten student, and it's just not even worth commenting on. So, again, I haven't seen your discussion with Jeranism from start to finish, but based on the usual stuff he put out on his channel before he went down to Antarctica, I don't think that he has any good arguments against Apollo.
Okay, so a few points here I need to go through, because I know somebody in the chat asked about addressing Scott's point with Aldrin in the door. I did address that 2 or 3 years ago in the response video that I made to you. From memory, but I need to look at it exactly. I'd need to go back over it again. You can see from the photo of Aldrin, he's not upright. He's angled forward. Scott, I believe you sent me a diagram with the dimensions for the inside of the lunar module, but when I looked at the dimensions, they didn't actually match up. And there would have been more space than the diagram actually suggested. And the front of the console was angled upright from the door, which would have then given room for the backpack to sit, assuming it was on an angle, which it is, because you can see the door's angled slightly from the perspective that the fact that the camera's low down looking up, but Aldrin's backpack isn't angled the same amount as it would if the backpack was upright. It's angled significantly more, showing it's definitely leaning forward. That was from a couple of years ago, so I'd need to go back and delve over it. But yeah, I did address it a while back, and there is an explanation for it. Secondly, Anthony Norris is asking about the Saturn V and having enough fuel. I'd recommend checking the Everyday Astronaut video, Tim Dodd, because he's been through the rocket equations with all of the empty and full weights for the Saturn V to show that it actually had more than enough fuel on board to get the Delta V required to reach the moon. Right, Jera, with regards to your points to Jaren in the live stream, I get what you're saying in terms of his arguments, and he did, though, bring up the film in a vacuum argument, because, like I said, it wasn't just Jaren, he'd opened it up to his audience as well, and obviously a lot of his audience will have come across all your material, all you guys' materials. So he did put the question of film in a vacuum to me, which is what I then presented. In fact, you guys made the Dave's Dilemma video in response to part of that, because I'd referenced your vacuum chamber tests. I also brought up the Corona satellites, which is incidentally one of the big things I wanted to talk to you about, because the Corona satellites, and more importantly, the Gambit satellites, show film in a vacuum, working fine. The satellite's working fine. The components inside, the rollers and everything, were not seizing up and cold welding. Those were military satellites that were used for surveillance, working perfectly fine. And yeah, I talked about that in a stream right after I'd spoken about you guys in a stream, and you made a response video where you pulled out the bit where I talked about you, but completely neglected the bit about Corona. And then a few weeks later are then making another video about me saying that I never talk about film in a vacuum. That is why I refer to you as liars. Because as far as I can see, I don't see how you could have seen that stream and known that I talked about you and made a response where you then completely missed and completely omitted the part about film in a vacuum for the spy satellites. And then a few weeks later trying to claim to your audience that I won't address the argument of film in a vacuum and that I never talk about it because it's irrefutable proof that Apollo couldn't have been to the moon.
Yeah, you see, Dave, what happens is we record these shows a week in advance, and then it's another week before we can get them up. Okay? So
that's a film about the Corona satellite.
Just hang on a second, Jeff.
Hold on, one at a time.
So a lot of times what will happen is that we will get called liars because we try to present something, and then it takes us a week to get it up there, and then it takes another week to edit it. But we don't use a script or anything, right? This is done live. So we take a PDF and we put it there. But there's one thing that you failed to mention too, was that the photos that we took, that we subjected to the chamber, they're pristine as well, right? Just let me finish. The ones that I did at Tor 10 to the -3 in the chamber here, that was Ektachrome film, right? It was the same type Ester Ektachrome 100 film. The speed's different, yes. Now, Jack Arnold from Kodak, he said when David Percy interviewed him, he said specifically, because he was there. This is a guy that has firsthand information. He was working for Kodak. He was the general manager of Kodak in the UK. So he said two things. There's nothing special about that film except for two things. One, the grain was finer, and two, it was an S-star backing, which was thinner, so they could fit 200 photos on in the color roll in the Hasselblad. But again, the images are pristine. The only difference is the hues are a mile out. Okay. Well, I took that image of that shuttle photo that you were showing, and I found some other ones up there, and I put them side by side. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the stream. I did a little presentation, and I was showing how we have got to get those negatives from the satellite, because you can color correct them. You could take the fog out. You could do whatever. Now, if we get the original negatives, that's the only way that's going to prove it. Part two was when we sent it to the university. We sent the same film to the university at Patras to have it tested. And this time, the colors went the same as it did in our chamber, except this time it fogged a little more. Now, the fogging also depended upon two things that Bill was saying. Bill Demos, the fellow who did the testing, the scientist there. So it also depends on where it is in the roll. Now, is it were those photos taken in the middle? Were they taken at the beginning of the roll? Were they taken at the end of the roll? Because that's going to make a difference too. You see, you have all these variables. So again, on our film, we can color correct it too, to be fair to you, right? We can do all those fancy things. If I have an optical printer like they had back then, I could do exactly the same. I could send it to Tim Trumbull, right? He could fix that up, no problem. But the thing is, without those original negatives or without some dupes, and I think I know who can get them. Destin from Smarter Every Day. I'll bet you any money he could get a couple of those, at least a few of those, a couple of those, even if the dupes that he could get his hands on. Because again, when you see these images, when people are putting up the images, the color strips of Apollo, the original ones are more bluish. Like when you look at March to the Moon, they always have a purplish, bluish hue to them. And they're claimed to be the originals. That's what I, that's what's his name? The fellow that just passed away. That's what he claims anyway. But
okay, well, I've just put into the StreamYard's chat for you a link to wiki articles. So this is, I found what I think must be scans of the negatives from that shuttle mission.
Because now look at the hues, though. Now look how the hues, how bad that is, though.
Hold up, Robert. We can dissect it. Let's let him present his case.
Yes, yeah.
Do you want me to blow these up? Do you want me to go?
No, it's more just for reference because so you were saying about I need to provide the negatives. I've found this, which is links to what appears to be scans of the negatives. And this is the camera from Bruce McCandless's MMU. And then the next lot of them afterwards is the camera from the other astronauts' MMU. So they were both up at the same time, taking pictures of each other at some point. And there's no huge discolorations between those, anything like what your vacuum chamber tests are showing, where they'd all be crazy. There's a slight blue to it. Yes, but then I'm pretty sure from memory the Hasselblad video on Hasselblad's YouTube channel where they talk about the cameras and the whole their cameras being in space. One of the things they mentioned is Kodak had a UV haze on it on the film to deal with that they use in high altitude film as well. So,
Dave, sorry to interrupt a second. I just noticed from the thumbnail, one of those pictures appears to be the photograph that was taken inside the actual spacecraft cabin itself. The famous portrait of McCandless that was actually taken inside the.
So if you look,
what picture is that? I'm sorry. Before we get any further, what picture is that so I can put it on the screen correctly?
I'll just go back to the main thing where it showed all the thumbnails. Like all the thumbnails on the screen.
Yeah. I just want so people can follow along because this talk gets a little deep. So
yeah, I just wanted to say that I noticed based on all these pictures, like
which one, Jera?
Scroll down till you see the actual pictures of McCandless. No, further down.
But again, the hues are just all over the map here.
Green, blue, gray.
Okay, yeah, they one hang back up again.
What happened to
the one on the top right. No, bottom right now. Bottom right. That one.
Bottom right. This one right here.
Yeah, I believe that one was actually taken inside the spacecraft, if I recall correctly. I have to look at the image number, but I recall there was some photographs, like the iconic one of McCandless, floating on his side. That was taken by the guy. Yeah, it was actually inside the shuttle.
Yeah.
So some of these would be EVA photos. Some of them would be taken by the cabin crew.
Yeah. So this, if you look at above those images where you've got all of the descriptions across the top. So you've got if you pick on any of the pictures, they're all STS-041B dash, and I think 20, 21, and 22. Were the film rolls for the MMU cameras. I think the other ones, I've not been through them all. I just know I found those ones. Those ones are the MMU. The rest, I think, are from inside the shuttle on cameras that weren't taken outside.
Yeah, but you see, that's just my point, though. The hues, they're crazy here, And again, without the original negatives, I mean, again. If you were to take Photoshop and scan these negatives into that program, and I were to take my editor and use that to scan it's a different program, so you're going to get different hues until you correct them. You see, that's my point, right? That's why you really need the negatives.
Can I
Okay,
say something real quick? So I am by far, I'm self-admitting this, Dave. I am the most idiotic person on this panel, 100%. And I'm looking at this picture. All right, I'm looking at STS 041B dash 35 dash 16111. All right, that should be on the screen right now.
Mhm.
And I don't know any of this shit. I'm a garbage man. I talk about this on my podcast all the time. I'm just a goddamn garbage man. I'm looking at this guy, and I'm looking at these fine lines, perfectly fine lines, and it makes me incredulous to this picture. And then I see these little white little dots right here. One little white dot, one little white dot. I'm looking some slight discoloration. It looks like it has been tampered with. And I'm not being a jackass. I'm honestly asking you, Dave, how do you explain this?
Well, that is a shot from inside the shuttle, which means it's looking through multiple panes of glass. So the lines around the edge are likely ghosting from the window. And the dots in the background, again, could well be internal reflections. I've not delved into them completely, but I'm just telling you these are, well, what I say, scans. They're all of the photos from STS-41B, not just the one or two ones that get cherry-picked out and pushed through the media. This is all of the images. Now, from what I've read...
I was just going to make a
Hold
suggestion.
on, Jared. Let Dave finish. I mean, Dave is doing us an honor.
So,
and then you.
So what I was
finishing.
So what I was going to say is, if I mean, this one's not even claimed to be from in the vacuum of space; it's from inside the shuttle. So, you know, to turn around and say that, like, oh, this one's fake, then would then be pointing to all of them being fake, and then you're into flat Earth territory, and that's a dangerous slope to go down.
None of us here. Just to correct the record, none of us here are flat earthers.
No. I know, but that's what I mean is in terms of, like, once you then into the territory of, like, potentially suggesting that the entire shuttle mission was faked. My point is that all of these photos, this isn't just in the video that I did the other day, I put one picture up because it was a photo taken from just a regular camera that you can see there is sitting to the side of Bruce McCandless's head. That's just a regular Nikon film camera that took a picture of the shuttle. And then, you know, your response to that was, well, we need to see the negatives. So I did all of 20 minutes of digging online and found this website, which has what appears to be every single image from that mission, which would suggest these are scans of the negatives. And from what I've read, all of the original negatives, or at least the best quality ones that you'll get outside of NASA, are in the National Archive, which I'm nowhere near to be able to get to, but I'm sure some of you guys are if you really want to see them.
And like I said, you know, I prefaced my original question to you was, I'm not a genius. I don't claim to be anywhere I'm not a college graduate. I'm just looking at these, and why are these lines perfectly, you know, straight perpendicular lines around his boots, around his legs? It doesn't make any sense. And so this is why I pose a question. I know Jared had some thoughts. Jared,
yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the little dots in the picture. There's a couple of explanations that could be the cause of it. One, of course, would be cosmic rays actually streaking through the film and causing a little bright spot. Another option could possibly be a faint star that managed to faint compared to the rest of the picture, of course. But, you know, under the good ideal conditions, the brightest stars will appear, maybe one or two of them. So
only the planets will appear, not stars.
Well, I have been able to photograph Alpha Centauri with a camera set for daylight settings. And, you know, as I said, you know, only the brightest stars will appear under ideal viewing conditions in these photographs. But planets is another one too that could possibly be it too. I just wanted to point that out.
Raza,
Yes.
you had some thoughts, Raza?
Yeah, sure. Are you done sharing that screen?
Yeah, I'm done.
Hi, Dave. Nice to meet you. I just wanted to see, honestly, when you said that you've seen all the evidence, to be honest, you haven't seen all the evidence. Like, for example, you've probably never seen my video channel and the evidence I'm presenting there.
Dr. Raza and I have done a smoking guns video, and we're gonna be working on this smoking guns part 2. Have you seen that video, Mr. Dave?
No, I mean, obviously, I've not seen everything because there's just, between the numerous hours of there's not time to watch everything. I've not seen your channel directly. I have seen you in debates before, and none of the evidence that I saw you present there was particularly compelling. But obviously, if you've got other arguments that you think are, then I'm certainly open to listening to them.
That's great. So, like, for example, I have, in the past, I've debated with MC Toon, and I sent him some emails, and I tell him that I made a mistake here and there, like I presented a piece of evidence which I hadn't fully understood before. And I replied to him, and he said, thanks for, your honesty and stuff. So all of us have made faulty arguments in the past. Now, for me, personally, I learned about the theory that it was fake back in the early 2000s. And then I met a NASA employee back in 2003. And I've been going through the evidence with an actual NASA employee. And we sort out what we consider as bad arguments and good arguments. And so I have a video. I've spoken to you in the past because on your YouTube channel, I've sent you some messages and you did reply maybe once or twice. I think, though, however, I'm working with a friend at NASA to sort through and choose out what are good arguments and what are bad arguments. And I'll admit in the past, I have presented a few bad arguments myself. However, there is still a lot of really good, strong evidence. And it would be nice if we had a chance to talk more about it sometime in the future.
I mean, I could try. I'm pretty busy at the minute for at least the next couple of weeks. But, I can try and sort something out. Or if you drop me an email or whatever, I'll take a look whenever I can. Yeah, just one quick point. I'm just going to jump back because I remembered I was going to bring something up. Robert, with regards to the photos from the space shuttle and the hues being different, my key point with that is you could say, yes, there's a slight blue tinge to the photos, but I think we can both agree that any shift in hues is nothing close to the samples that your vacuum tests show us what the effect of film in a vacuum would actually create.
The one we did at torr 10 to the -3 in this chamber, it does. If you look at those image comparisons, it is precisely the same. It's only the ones at the university. That's the one. And that particular image what I should do, Dave, is I should send you the contact sheet of all of the images so that you can see every one of them side by side. And then you can, see, because I picked the worst one to show, right? But that one and the succeeding ones were at the beginning of that roll. As it gets down toward the center of the roll, as I'm taking the pictures, it's not as pronounced, right? So that's what you would have to see.
Okay, well, tying that back into Apollo then, because I'm pretty sure, did they not take, whenever they put a film on, did they not then take blank photos anyway to clear off the first ones because they didn't have the dark slide in place?
Yeah, they do have some blanks in there, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so would that not then clear off?
Yeah, the funny thing is that one fellow was showing the dark, when they're changing this dark slide, they take 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe it was 4. They shot off 4 at first just to, get that, get the roll in motion. So, but one thing I would like to see on the Apollo images is how far in that roll are those images before we start to see something. I mean, I realize that the ones at the university, again, I did show, as a matter of fact, there was a few videos ago, probably, well, no, not a few, but a couple of months ago, I actually showed the whole contact sheet for both of those. So the ones we did in the chamber and the ones at the university, I showed the entire contact sheets. But I will email them to you. If you pop your email address in that little chat there, I'll send them to you. I'll send the whole contact sheets I'll send you the ones from the university, and I'll send you the ones from this chamber. And you'll see that they progressively go straight, like the hues. It's always the hues that are all over the map, right? It just is a little more pronounced at the university because Bill was able to get that chamber down to Tor 10 to the -6, and I could only get it to -3. That's as far as I could take it.
But those films are also still on plastic rolls, aren't they?
They're still on that S-Star base. Yeah, it's Ektachrome 100. Yeah.
No. The spools that the films rolled around are plastic, aren't they?
Yes, they're plastic. Yeah.
So was there any way of knowing that the plastic didn't outgas?
Well, I could show you in the filter at that presentation at the beginning. I showed what we got out of the filter, what came out of the filter. So it was kind of a blacky substance in the filter, right? So I showed a before picture. I'll have to send them to you. I'll send you those too to show what came out of the filter. Yeah, it could be too.
No, it's just
it could.
Well, I mean, it's just plastic. Plastic dries out. You've only got to look at clothes pegs on a washing line that know over time they dry out, they go brittle.
Oh,
so
absolutely, yeah.
If you've got film on a plastic spool in a vacuum, then that too would surely outgas. So whatever's been outgassing it may well. How do you know that your film is actually fine and that the plastic's outgassed and the outgassing material has then gone onto the film?
Well, the funny thing is that at the beginning, I could see that happening when you start to get to the end of the roll, because now the more of that plastic is being exposed. But at the beginning of the roll, it's a thin tube. Don't forget, right? The roll, it's thin in the middle, and then it's the film's wound all the way around around it. So there's more plastic in the film than there is on that tiny little roll, on that spool there, right? So I could see that happening when it got near the end, like maybe the last 10 pictures or so, but not at the beginning. And it's at the beginning of the roll that you'll notice that that's where it starts to, it's the worst there. Then as it progresses down the roll, right, when it gets about into the middle of the roll, then it's iffy again. Then when it gets to the end of the roll, I showed one image where they're pretty close to the same hues in that video that you put up. Look at the last one. They're pretty close to the same. The hues are still out a little bit, but the funny thing is that we didn't notice that fogging effect start taking place only in the university. That's where the fogging took place the most, right?
Well, am I seeing the pictures you've got? Yours was still in a cardboard box, weren't they?
No, I have. I'll send you all of those too. We had two different vacuum. The first vacuum chamber was ruined, so I had to order another one. There was the light started to melt the acrylic on the top, so we had to get another one just to be fair, right? I just didn't want anything leaking out or any funny thing going on. But yeah, no, I have the film. I have one roll with the film inside the camera itself, right? So what I did was I took all the pictures, then I rewound it and stuck the camera in the chamber and left it in there for 24 hours. Now, to be fair, I cycled it 3 times over 24 hours. So I let the air in, pumped it out, let the air in, pumped it out. So it would have been the same like you would have seen in the, when they were in the LEM, because they were open the hatch. You get the point, right? They're opening the hatch, repressurizing, opening, repressurizing.
Yeah, so, I think I read that in the article, but I think your times were off on it.
Yeah. So, but anyways, I did that. That's the way I did it. Now at the university, then I did another roll in the chamber. I left it in the box, right? Then I did another one in the chamber where I actually took it out and I left the spool sitting there in the chamber. So there was a few tests that I did inside that chamber. Now the one at the university, that was the two rolls in there. There was the Ektachrome 100, and I believe it was the 250 that somebody else, he just wanted to see what would happen. One of the faculty members just wanted to see what happened. Funny thing is that when at the very beginning, he took images of a poster with some kid on the poster and some things in there. And that one fogged. That one really fogged. So I mean, that was at the beginning of his film, right? But don't forget, that wasn't Ektachrome 100. I wanted to try to get the Ektachrome film. It's expensive stuff, more than this other stuff is. And then what I did was I also specially ordered from a movie studio in Hollywood. I had 10 rolls of the black and white 3000 series, and that was the same. They had, I think it was 35. Oh, what was it? 38 something. Anyways, it was the same series of Estar backing, right? It had the same. And I did one where I put the film outside the microwave oven. I just wanted to see what happened, right? So I took the film after I took the images with the black and white, and I put it outside the microwave oven. Took a couple of chopsticks pens and I stuck them into the contacts so that the oven would turn on. And I just left the film sitting there and I hit it for 1 second, and it just destroyed the film. It's horrible. Now the ones that I did in this chamber here, the images were they're pretty nasty. Like when they came right off of the film itself, and I have the contact sheet for that as well. But again, right, when I go and process them and clear them up, they turn into pretty darn clear images. See, so this is the thing. Like, so what's going on here? We go to March to the Moon, and all the images are like we download the TIFFs, like MC Toon did, right? So Jared and I, we went and got the TIFF. Well, of course, a TIFF doesn't have all the information in it. The editors, the programs can't read that information, so it appears dark like that. So you have to, correct it. So you can't really go off of that, but it's nice and clear, right? And you don't get all that, all this stuff. People will produce low image, photography, and that's not going to work. But in any case, I would just like to know why again, the hues are just all over the place. And in that space shuttle, it was the same thing. Like that on the contact sheet, when you see it, you'll see it's exactly the same. And in some of the trees that I took out in the yard, as you're getting to the center of the roll, it's getting better and better as you go on. So when you look at the comparisons, right, it's pretty hard to tell on a monitor. And again, if you're using Photoshop, the basic the levels are different than if you're using an editor like Wondershare or FilmPad or CapCut or whatever. They're all have their norms, and you have to adjust it. So that's not fair either. And that's why I said if we get the original negatives and at least we could stick them side by side and say, hey, listen, this is this and that's that. Now, I would like to see if Destin could at least get a couple of those negatives for us. See if he could do it, right? Because if he could do it, that would be really something to see.
Well, I've never spoken to him, so I doubt he'd. So I don't know whether he would answer or not. As far as I know, he wouldn't. The original negatives are kept in that.
The dupes.
Yeah, I was going to say they duplicated them, and maybe I know there was duplicates flying around somewhere. I'm sure I've seen some on eBay. Yeah. People selling. Duplicates of the originals on eBay before as well.
They made like 100 copies. They made 100 copies or so duplicates.
Yeah, because even Jack Arnold, when he was showing David Percy interviewed Jack Arnold, he was showing the dupes that he had made from the 70 millimeter dupes that he had, and just by looking at them, you can tell they're pretty darn like they have a bluish hue to them.
Well, I've seen there was an article. I think it was on. It's either Petapixels or F-Stoppers. I think if you search for that and plus Apollo, somebody had some of the duplicate negatives from Apollo 15 that they had in a drawer somewhere, because then whoever wrote the article had been and seen them and photographed them. But I don't know what happened to them after that.
Well, I'm going to have to do a little bit of digging myself, see if I can look at, see if I can dig up something, because I really like to, it's I mean, I've been retired from the film industry for quite a while now, and I would like to just see this myself and show, I'd like to show a few guys in the industry, see what they say. But again, you have to have the negatives, because you can color correct these so easily. You don't really know what you're dealing with until you're actually you put them side by side, and forget the processing and all the editors and digitizing them. You have to see the real thing, and that was my point.
Can I come to the close on this Hexagon spy satellite?
Sure.
Because I thought I heard you mention that is the proof that the Apollo missions, because if the film in the Hexagon could have survived the vacuum of space, that proves the Apollo missions could have survived. Is that what you had said?
Is that aimed at me?
I think you might be. What the point of contention was regarding those satellites. You actually brought this up yourself, Dave, on the program. We brought it up as well. I should say this up front here. That program that we did was actually shot in July, shortly after we did the last live stream. But for reasons I don't wish to get into, I had some catastrophic thing happen in my offline life, which obviously delayed me to check it over, see, okay, this is bad, this is good. Basically the visuals I wanted to discuss and everything, the stuff we're going to put in there. There's sort of some things every now and then. There's an editing error that I need to correct, and we just we go there. But as I said, we had some really catastrophic happen in my offline life, so that got delayed. And so by sheer coincidence, your video and our video got released on the same day. That's the way the cookie crumbles. But the matter of the difference between the acetone, I keep saying acetone, it was acetate film. The key issue of using the acetate film was that it was becoming brittle, right? And they were getting constantly jammed when they were threading it through the camera. That's why they switched over to the polyester type film. Now that obviously threads through the camera better, but the issue of the outgassing would still persist. That was the argument we were trying to make. And furthermore, there's been some arguments that the pictures that we looked at, they weren't good enough quality. Well, the ones we were able to find. If you want to share us the link with where you found your copies of the photographs, feel free to post it in the chat. But the pictures we mostly looked at were the black and white ones, which obviously, as we pointed out in the show, the black and whites, they're you're not really missing much as far as the color is concerned. You're not going to have the hues going off, because there is no color hues to begin with in the black and white film.
Yeah, so
Hey, Dave, real quick, and I'll let you finish. Randy Walsh just contacted me. Are you familiar with Randy Walsh, Dave?
name's familiar, but I can't remember from where. Apologies.
He's an author. He's written a couple of books, and he's going to pop in a few minutes. I just wanted to let everyone know that's popping in. He just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. He's a good friend of mine. He's a good friend of the Apollo detectives. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to make that announcement real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. So with regards to Hexagon, as I understood it, because I know Marcus, you brought it up in your debate with MC Toon. Yeah. You put forward the argument that Hexagon was made in response to Gary Powers getting shot down, and the fact that the Hexagon was pressurized is further proof that cameras can't work in a vacuum, and film doesn't survive in a vacuum. So when I looked into it, I realized that actually Hexagon was not what was made immediately in response. It was Corona and Gambit programs that were made that Eisenhower authorized, and none of those were pressurized. It was only Hexagon that was then pressurized much later on. And the more I looked into it, and I looked at the number of flights that were taken and when the flights were taken, like the fact that they continue to fly Gambit satellites, both Corona and Gambit, after the introduction of Hexagon. And in fact, the last Gambit launch was only a few months before the final Hexagon launch. I'm questioning, why were they continuing to fly these unpressurized cameras if the pressurized ones were obviously so much better? And basically, I couldn't find anything.
Well, I think I left a comment on your comment that I left a reply, to your comment that you left on the channel. And I think first of all, I've read conflicting stories as to whether or not the Gambit was also pressurized. Some say it was, some say it wasn't. I do know that during the development of that particular satellite, there was a big back and forth between the contractors, between Kodak and I forget the name of the people who are actually building the thing. But basically, there was huge back and forth amongst them as to whether or not the camera should be pressurized. I don't know which option they went with, but I do know that the Hexagon spy satellite was much larger than the Corona and also the Gambit. And so, if the larger means heavy means expensive to launch and stuff. And so, if one of them is plus the the Hexagon lasts much longer than the Gambit, if I understand correctly. I don't remember the numbers. It was like 30 days, I think, for the Gambit, and several months, wasn't it, for the Hexagon?
So yeah, Gambit and Coronas went on for about, I think the later missions went on for about 30 days, maybe slightly longer on the KH-8. The Hexagons were up there for about 9 months. So they were up there for much longer, which is what what I understood from what Phil Prezell said, which is that if exposed to a vacuum for an extended period, i.e. longer than Corona and Gambit were, then the outgassing would become too much of an issue.
The way he worded his statement in that particular presentation you cited, I found a different presentation he had given. Before he actually brings up the key word of extended, he points to the gigantic nitrogen tanks, explaining, okay, these things, they're filled with nitrogen, yada, 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 but he doesn't actually get back to discussing what they're for. I found this other presentation he had done. As I said before, I put it down to old age catching up with him, but in this other presentation he'd done, he actually finishes what he was going to say. He said they needed to have these gigantic tanks pressurized to 3,000 psi to supply the satellite's camera for the entire duration. Not that the extended period was going to, not that it only requires an extended period to degas the film, but basically we needed a huge high pressure nitrogen tank to supply it for the entire long duration. That was the point he was trying to make. That's my interpretation of what he was saying, what he was going to say. As I said, he sort of trailed off in that example, in that presentation you started, but in the other one, he actually finishes what he was going to say.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I know that there's also the amount of film as well. So I think from the Gambits were carrying up to, I think it was something like 3,000 feet or 6,000 feet of film. And Hexagon was carrying 60 miles worth of film.
Yeah.
So obviously there was, like you said, it was a much bigger satellite. There was a lot more to fit into it. I think from what I'd understood of reading Corona and Gambit, like you say, they're much smaller satellites. So the weight penalty for the satellite to pressurize it, they deemed it wasn't worth it. So they went with unpressurized. The Hexagons being much bigger, that weight penalty of pressurizing it wouldn't have been as extensive in relation to the rest of it. But so I think that was partly it, and partly that the Gambits were only photographing very localized areas. They were only taking odd photos here and there, whereas the Hexagon was doing big broad sweeps of huge areas of land. So the resolution of Gambit, particularly the KH-8, was actually higher than the resolution of Hexagon, but Hexagon was able to do the broad area coverage that Gambit wasn't, which, as far as I understand it, is why they continue to fly both of them together. Hexagon kind of offered the best of both worlds, but Gambit could do it better, the close-up stuff better than Hexagon could. And I have seen, I'll need to find the link again. I did find a website that literally had all the satellite images that you could filter by the years, and it showed you the different resolutions, and you can see all of the KH9s, or a lot of the KH9 material is in there, and a lot of the KH7. None of the KH8 has been declassified yet, but they have got photos from the KH7. And I've read that they did try color film in the Gambit, but they found that the resolution with the color film wasn't as good as with the black and white, so they opted to stick to black and white. But they didn't say anything about the film was outgassing and the colors were all going to pot. So
I would imagine they probably wouldn't say much about it if it's still classified. There's only so much you can talk about. I mean, like I had that debate with the astronaut Mike Mullane. I actually looked up his missions before the program. He had two of his flights were Department of Defense missions, and I found that some of the details of those still remained classified. Like they can't even. The Space.com has an article about it. They can't even specify whether or not his second flight, STS-27, I believe it was. They can't even specify whether or not it had a spacewalk. I mean, usually that's a given. It's a given that they have a spacewalk. Okay, this one has a spacewalk, this one didn't. With STS-27, nobody knows. Nobody knows. So a lot of details remain classified, and so I imagine probably we wouldn't be able to go into the nitty gritty of like, okay, here's the color film. What did it have any outgassing issues? Did it have any malfunctions or anything like this or that? So I guess we'd have to wait until that's declassified. But as I said, with the black and white film, you're not really missing much as far as the color hues being off, because there's no color hues to begin with.
There's two things. One, it would be the duration of the flight, and the second thing would be the altitude, right? That would also affect. So you have to look into both the durations and the altitude, which brings into question the moon landings then.
So already have, because again, that was another point that I know Marcus had brought up, was the fact that the KH9s had to be pressurized because of they were in space and they would outgas. But I've found literally every single flight that was recorded, and many of the KH8s flew higher than even the highest of the KH9s. I've got them here. The KH9s... Oh, that's not the right one. The KH9s, I think, hit about 300 kilometers was the highest that they hit, and the KH8s were going up to 600 plus. So the KH8s flew higher than Hexagon. Several of the Coronas, I think, flew higher than it as well. So altitude-wise, they flew unpressurized ones higher than they did with the pressurized ones. The only difference was the duration, but none of them were a duration less than any of the Apollo missions. So it's kind of one of those of going, if you're going to go with it's due to duration, like, okay, if you've got a camera in a vacuum for a month or more, that might be a valid argument for the moon landings being faked. But when they didn't expose the cameras to a vacuum for more than 24 hours, it kind of nullifies that argument.
There is another satellite that we haven't mentioned yet that flew.
Marcus, before you get into that, I'm going to say good night to everybody.
Okay, Scott.
Okay.
Thanks,
I have
Scott.
other obligations here, so I need to go. Thanks for coming on, Dave. Pleasure to meet you.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Scott. All right, take care.
Have fun with Randy, and hats off to everybody.
Nice hat.
We'll catch you on the next one, brother. All right, brother.
Okay.
All right,
Nice, Scott.
Marcus Allen.
Yeah, okay. Dave, thanks for coming on. I appreciate that. We've been following a lot of what you've been doing. I don't agree with everything, but that's the way it works, you know.
Yeah, don't worry, Marcus. The feeling's mutual.
Yeah, okay. Right. I was going to discuss the other satellite, which took photographs. That's the Lunar Orbiter. That took photographs of the lunar surface in about, 66, 67? It was basically to identify landing sites for Apollo, which is fair enough. Now, that particular satellite did take photographs. We've seen them. There are a lot of them taken. One of the consultants on the construction of the camera for that satellite was Dr. Edwin Land of Polaroid, because the photographs that were taken were developed on board the satellite using a type of Polaroid system. They were then scanned, and that scan was transmitted back to Earth. Now, that satellite was also pressurized. It's not generally known, but if you look at the schematic of the construction of the lunar orbiter, you will see that it has a pressurized compartment which contained the photographic equipment. Edwin Land's part on that was the use of his patented system for photographs, which we're all familiar with because we've used Polaroid cameras, and the thing sort of comes out and it squeezes the chemicals and it produces a photograph, which is a very good system. It was mentioned in the chat a bit earlier about Edwin Land. Somebody said he dropped out of Harvard. Well, I don't know if he did or not, but he was certainly somebody who was used by NASA for his expertise on Apollo. Now, if the lunar orbiter satellite was pressurized, whether it was as a result of discussion with Edwin Land, I don't know. But the schematic does indicate that the thing had a pressurized compartment. Obviously, unlike the Hexagon or the Corona or the Gambit satellites, which sent their exposed film back to Earth by dropping them in buckets out of the satellite, and they were caught by fishing nets in planes trying to catch them, which they did. It's a remarkable achievement to do that. Obviously, the lunar orbiter didn't need that, or it couldn't do that. Hence the different system of photographing the moon and developing the images. Most of the images we've seen of the lunar surface come from that particular satellite. It's quite extensive photography because they wanted to know where they could land. Now, that doesn't prove that Apollo landed where they decided. It just proves that they were trying to find out the best place to do it. Because there's a whole other discussion about whether Apollo, as we've been told interminably, did what we were told they did. This is a major problem. And this is one of the areas that we discuss quite extensively on Apollo Detectives. We look at individual or areas of concern about the description. Now, one of the problems we also have now, because of AI and such like, and Wikipedia, which will support the official story, the official narrative. And one of the things that Scott has done, and because he's just gone, we can't get the details, he has examined the PDFs and the reports from the time at which they happened. And there are a lot of PDFs, a lot of reports. I mean, probably too much for an individual to actually read and absorb on a personal level. But what has also been happening is there have been changes made in some of these reports, very subtle changes. It's almost as if somebody at NASA is maybe listening to what we're saying and saying, "Oh God, yeah, they spotted it. We better do something about that." No, I don't know if that happens or not. But if NASA stands for never a straight answer, which was given to them by the New York Times when they were trying to find out some of the details that NASA were not describing very effectively to them, this back in 1968. That seems to have stuck. That particular label seems to have stuck. Because looking at the comments that we have here, maybe people are agreeing with us. Maybe they're agreeing with you as well. there seems to be a debate about whether NASA have told us the truth, the honest truth. I mentioned right at the beginning the film Make Believe, Smoke and Mirrors. It's been removed from YouTube, but there are people who archived it and have put it on websites. It's on the Apollo Detectives website. It's worth looking at. It's a highly technical film. We don't know who created it, because the voice is so distorted, it's very hard to hear what he's saying. But the descriptions he gives are so impressive in terms of understanding what is required to achieve the Apollo images.
Marcus?
Sorry?
Yeah, the one on our channel, I redid it, and it's all voiced over so that you can hear exactly what he's saying now.
That's right. Yes, you did. And it makes a big difference to hear what was actually being said. We don't know who that person was. It doesn't really matter who it was. But they were describing something which could be quite an important aspect of the whole Apollo missions. Whether it was somebody who had contact with NASA, had worked with NASA, and there are certainly people who have the photographic ability who worked with NASA back in the early days. And there was a lot of work going on at Boreham Wood Studios here in north of London. It was referred to by some people, I believe, as NASA East, because there were so many NASA people went over to. That was when Stanley Kubrick was doing his 2001: A Space Odyssey film. I personally don't believe Stanley Kubrick had anything to do with it, but I think his special effects director, Douglas Trumbull, may well have had a part in describing it, because he was a brilliant special effects director, not using green screen, not using CGI. He did it in camera. And that's what we see with NASA. There's another place you should maybe check out is Lookout Mountain Laboratories in Laurel Canyon, north of Los Angeles. That was a US Air Force film studio, development studio, around the time of Apollo. Oh, it's Randy. Hello.
We have Randy Walsh has entered the chat. Randy Walsh is an author of a couple of books on the moon landing. Welcome, Randy.
Hello there, folks. Hello, Weezy. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Had no idea that you were doing a live podcast today. So I'm a little bit hasty in joining here. Just checking audio. How's audio?
I think your laptop is recording. It's not your microphone. If you go to settings.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
But while you do that, I think, Dave, you may have some thoughts of what the great Marcus Allen just said.
Yeah, so with regards to the lunar orbiter and that being pressurized, I'm going to have a look into it properly, because I know you've brought that up before as well, and I do want to do a video covering that. But I have a sneaking suspicion that the pressurization for that was more due to the fact that they were processing the film on board to then scan it, rather than anything to do with the film outgassing. I would draw your attention to a project that they had called Project Upward, which was they were planning as an alternative to the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. They were going to use one of the Gambit satellites and send that to the moon on an Apollo command module, basically docked to the front of an Apollo command module to get the lunar mapping instead, which Gambit not being pressurized. So they were actually planning on sending an unpressurized one to the moon in case, I think that was a backup if the lunar reconnaissance one that they were developing didn't work, probably because they weren't sure whether it would be able to scan and transmit the images, the scans back okay. So they had this plan in place to send an unpressurized camera to the moon to map it before Apollo ever went there.
I have a question about lunar orbiter as well for you, if I may ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, when I looked up into the details, the lunar orbiter film was called SO243, and I understand it was specifically selected because it can take up to 100 rads of radiation before it becomes fogged, about 50% fogged. Okay, and so given what the the solar flares and whatnot that you're probably likely to encounter at any moment's notice without warning. Never mind long duration. If a solar flare comes across anytime soon, then there's no real time to get under cover or anything like that. You don't have any solar storm shelter or anything like that. You would think that they would have supplied the same SO243 film to Apollo, given this how radiation hardy this film is. I've actually asked Kodak. I sent them a request asking for both the film from Apollo and film from Lunar Orbiter. They haven't responded yet. But what's your take on that as to why they specifically selected a radiation-hardy film for Lunar Orbiter but not for Apollo?
Am I right in thinking that that reconnaissance orbiter was the first film camera sent around the moon?
I think
no. The first one was Surveyor.
Were they film? I thought they weren't film camera Surveyor, though, weren't they? I thought they were TV
Surveyor
cameras.
was just digital camera.
Okay.
So, as far as I know, that would be the first film camera that was sent around the moon. So, is it that they put radiation, and how long was it orbiting around the moon for? Is the other question I would ask.
There were 5 of them altogether, 5 missions. 5. It's important to get the difference between the lunar orbiter and the lunar reconnaissance orbiter.
Yeah, not the LRO, the film, the lunar orbiter, the film camera from the 60s that they sent before Apollo.
Yeah.
How long would the missions orbiting the moon to map?
I got the list of missions here. If I just bring them up. I think it was Jay Windley who mentioned that claimed Luna 9 had a film camera as well. That only lasted about the same duration as Apollo, and its pictures look pretty bad. But okay, here's the pictures. Let's see, Lunar Orbiter 1. Okay, it says was launched August 10, 1966. It's impact with the moon. October 29, 1966. But it doesn't say when the mission ended. Let me just get the actual details.
Oh, there you go. So Lunar Orbiter 5, I think, was the big one. That imaged the moon August 6th to August 18th. But it was launched on August 1st.
This is Lunar Orbiter 1.
So that's like 15 days or more that film would be traveling.
Yeah.
Before the
yeah. So it's I would question with them being the first cameras that went, did they have hardened film because they weren't sure what the impact would be, and then having seen the results decided that actually the radiation's not that much of an issue to film? I can't remember the specifics.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just going to say there's two types of radiation that you've got to worry about in the long term. There's the cosmic rays, obviously. But then there's a much more immediate problem, of course, is solar flares. And you can look up the dates for certain solar flares, whether they appeared during the lunar orbiter thing. People they like to say, oh well, the Apollo astronauts were lucky. I did a they say there was no major solar flares during the Apollo missions. I looked up the solar flares. I found one such flare during Apollo 16, and when I did the calculations, I calculated something like 10 rem exposure for this particular flare alone. Okay, so that's way higher than what was reported on the Apollo missions. In fact, let me just ask you a quick question while we're on the subject of the radiation. Have you actually calculated the radiation exposure for yourself or the astronauts during the passage through the Van Allen belt? Have you actually taken the coordinates that are attributed to the Apollo spacecraft on its outbound trajectory, plug those into the industry standard models for the new one is called the AP9. I use the AP8, which is a bit easier to use, but basically I use that, and I take those coordinates, plug those into the model, got the flux for each individual energy level of the protons. Okay, specifically, this is specifically the trajectory that the astronauts taken. I took those coordinates, I plugged them into the model, got myself the flux, and I did the calculations to find out how much radiation they would have received. Have you done the calculations yourself?
I've not personally done them. I did watch your video where you did them. I haven't watched it for a while, so you'll have to forgive me. My memory's slightly off on it. And I've also seen, I think it was Scott Manley did a video where he went through the Van Allen belt data as well. And his results, what he got from it, said that astronauts inside a command module wouldn't have experienced sort of particularly high radiation doses. And I know your video concluded that it would. But like I said, I've not watched yours for a while. I seem to, and forgive me if I've just completely balls this up, but I seem to recall you saying at some point in your video some of the numbers that you'd found seemed too low, so you inflated them. I don't know if that, like I said, I've not watched it for a couple of years. That's just something that in the back of my mind I seem to recall thinking, but is that the case or not?
What I did was I took the numbers right now. I took there's two things you got to keep in mind. There's first of all there's the what do you call it, the radiation weight factor, and with protons we deal with the radiation weight factor. Now I looked at some results from I think it was by E.E. Kovalev, the Russian guy. He published some numbers for solar proton flares, the doses that they would have received. And I did the calculations. I found that for the to get radiation doses comparable to what he calculated, I needed to use a radiation weight factor of 5. It used to be 5. For whatever reason, they reduced it to 2 at some stage after that. But the 5 seems to be more consistent with what was being reported by Kovalev. But now, as regards to, there was a correction factor that needed to be applied to certain to the flares, because to the Van Allen radiation belt, because for that particular orbit, I learned that the AP8 has the tendency to underpredict the fluxes by a factor of 3. So we just simply multiply by the 3 to make the corrections. It actually was recommended you to use the correction factors. Even without the correction factor, it was still a lot more than what was reported for the Apollo missions. And I actually, and just to put into perspective as well, what I took is I specifically focused on the radiation that would have penetrated the capsule. I've got the book here. Where is it? It's this one here. It's a second. Here it is. Astronautical Engineering and Science. There's a passage in here by J.W. Keller. They have a graph, where's the graph? They basically indicate that at 8 grams per square centimeter of shielding, that kind of shielding would have only stopped protons with energies up to 8 MeV, 8 mega electron volts. Some people have argued, the graph is off. It was actually closer to 100 MeV. But even if you take into consideration what they claim would have passed through, what they say would have passed through, it would have been higher than what was attributed to the Apollo astronauts. And secondly, right, there was this one fellow. He actually deleted his entire webpage on the Apollo hoax theory. His name was Robert Brannig. He tried to do the calculations to prove that the astronauts would have been safe, but he was making a lot of false statements. Like he would say that anything greater than 100 MeV would pass clean through the astronauts and deposit little energy. Well, tell that to people who work in proton therapy. They specifically accelerate the protons to in the order of about 200 to 250 MeV, to specifically target a certain tumor that's in the body. So the protons that they use in proton therapy, they're in the same energy range as what you would get in the Van Allen belts. And so, I did the calculations based on what would have been absorbed by the astronauts, and it still ended up being much higher than what was reported on the Apollo missions. And so, in answer to your question, no, I did not inflate the numbers. I applied the appropriate correction factor where it was necessary, and I applied the radiation weight factor, because if you can understand, right, you see no two radiations are the same. Like 100 rads of X-rays, for example, that would be the same as 100 rem. But protons, then neutrons, they're affected differently. They have radiation weight factors. Like, as I said, for the longest time, for protons it was 5. Then they reduced it to 2 in, I think it was 2007 when they reduced it for reasons I don't quite understand. But with neutrons, it ranges between 5 to 20 for the radiation weight factor. So one must be quite cautious in in comparing, absorbed doses with equivalent doses.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, I've not looked into them personally. I've seen people who know more on it than I do an analysis of it and found that not to be the case. But like I said, I've not run the numbers personally. I do know they not only had, at least if you're going with the narrative that they went to the moon, they had is it dosimeters that they call them for?
Yeah.
So I've seen in the radio transcripts them getting the figures for those on the outbound journey after they'd gone through the belt and back again, asking the astronauts for those figures for the radiation. My question would be, they knew the Van Allen belts were already there. So it's not like it was a surprise. The Russians had flown Zon 5 through it to check that it was safe for humans to do, and then after that started developing or was test flying the LK lunar lander, which kind of questions why they'd bother doing that if they knew they couldn't get to the moon.
I do have to correct you on the Zon 5. I just have to correct you one thing on the Zon 5, then you can continue what you were going to say. It's often brought up that it's evidence for humans can survive the radiation journey, but the life forms that they carried aboard that spacecraft were radio-resistant extremophiles. Like I've heard numbers for it was something like 40,000 or 80,000. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was many, many tens of thousands of Roentgens required to kill a turtle versus only a few hundred to humans. And they also had a few other radio-resistant life forms like bacteria, insects. They all harmlessly absorb huge amounts of radiation. One that stands out in my mind particularly is the spiderwort plant. The spiderwort plant is nicknamed a living Geiger counter. You expose it to huge levels of radiation, only its stigmas change color. So it's a kind of an apples and oranges comparison to say that, humans can survive the radiation belts because the turtles can survive it. But that's what
That's fine, but my understanding of Zon 5 was that they sent a variety of these things through the belts and had very similar to the film and the vacuum tests. They exposed some to those conditions and they had some back on Earth that weren't exposed to those conditions. And then they killed them all and checked the differences afterwards. So it would kind of make sense that they'd put stuff that wasn't just going to get obliterated by any radiation immediately, because then that wouldn't really tell them how much of an impact, other than, well, it's definitely more than that. But whatever they did, their conclusion by the end of it was it was safe for humans to go through because they were then test flying the LK lander in 1970.
Personally, I wouldn't put it past them if they wanted to try and fake their own mission as well. Fake their own moon landing. Because they already on the Zon 5 as well. They had Pavel Popovich transmitting his voice to the spacecraft, which was then relayed back to Earth. And people on the ground, they thought it was manned. Obviously the Soviets, they came clean about that, but who's to say they wouldn't have done a repeat had they got the LK and the LOX Soyuz, as I believe it was called, the LOX 7K, I think it was. Basically, had they got that flying around the moon, who's to say they wouldn't have basically done a repeat of that, transmitting their voices to the spacecraft, transmitting back, and just keep tight-lipped about it, no one being aboard this time.
Yeah. So my question would be, if the belts were that much of a problem, given that they're belts not completely engulfing the Earth, why, if NASA or the Soviets had thought we can't get through the belts, why then go with we're going to fake it rather than we're going to fly a polar orbit and go above or below the belts and miss them completely?
Let's get Randy in. Randy just popped in, and let's get him in here.
Yeah, that's a good question, Dave. But why at that time did they come out and acknowledge that the belts were going to be a problem? It seems to me if they're going to fake it, they're going to go the whole 9 yards, and they're going to send probes through there, and they're going to say that the Russians are going to say it's safe for humans. NASA's going to say it's safe for humans. We're putting a lot of faith and confidence into our respective government agencies, given which is a bit of a misnomer given the lies and the deceptions that we've experienced in the last several decades. So I think that we should be approaching this with a lot of skepticism in terms of what they're saying is their truth, as opposed to what the truth really is.
I think real quick, I think case in point would be the whole Epstein debacle that we are currently right now going through, where both sides of the political spectrum are involved with this crap.
Well, first
it's
of all,
left,
yeah.
it's not right, it's not conservative, it's not liberal, and so that's a damn good point that Randy made. And you also talk about the F1 engines, Randy.
Yeah, and first of all, before I continue, sorry, Jared, just give me a sec here.
I would just like to answer Dave's specific question. Why didn't they just do the polar orbit from the United States? The only realistic place you can do polar orbits, actually do this for their military satellites. So you can only do that from Vandenberg Air Force Base. And I recall there was some serious problems with trying to launch or basically redesign the complex such that it could accommodate a Saturn V. That never got off the drawing board. I know that they redesigned it briefly in the 80s to launch the space shuttle there at some stage. They originally were going to launch their military shuttle space flights from Vandenberg, specifically so it could go into a polar orbit. But I understand, if I recall correctly, the logistics, the necessary changes that were being made to the to be made to the launch site at Vandenberg, it just wasn't either too expensive or not practical. I can't remember what the deal was about that. So all you've got left is the Florida, which is more geared for more equatorial type launches.
Do you know, just out of curiosity, why Vandenberg would be the only place they could launch polar?
Well, they want you to launch it there so if there's a problem, it'll go in the water, not go over inland. That's one of the key safety issues that they do that.
Okay.
That's one of the key safety issue. When it comes, likewise, when they're launching from Florida, they launch it specifically such that it'll go in the water, but they launch from Florida because it's so close to the equator, so you've got some momentum as you're launching, with the Earth, you're moving with the rotation of the Earth, so you've basically got the forward rotational velocity with you when you launch off the planet. With Vandenberg as well, because they're aiming literally southward to launch them into the polar orbit, and that in turn will mean you need more propellant to actually get you off there, because now you're fighting against the rotation of the Earth. Because you're not launching with the rotation, you're launching perpendicular to it.
Yeah. I got that. It's just why it would only be Vandenberg. So Vandenberg was a possibility. They just it was too complicated for them to go for there.
Yeah, from what I understand, yes. If you wanted to launch, they tried to do it for the shuttle, which is a much relatively smaller spacecraft, obviously, which was considered feasible for because it's about similar in size to the Titan rockets they were launching around there at the time. But the Saturn V was a whole new beast, so to speak. Pun not intended.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if we're going with the flying on a inclined orbit, not polar, Florida or Vandenberg would work fine for either, and Florida was the easier option. So my point is, Vandenberg wasn't impossible, it was just Florida was the easier choice for going on an inclined orbit. But if the Van Allen belts were then that much of a problem that took Florida out the equation, Vandenberg was still an option that they could have put forward. And just to loop back to, I think it was Randy brought up about the politics, or it might have been Wheezy, I'm not sure. Kennedy was actually kind of opposed to spending the money on Apollo in the first place. He didn't want to spend as much money as they were putting into Apollo. It was not because they were trying to outdo the other side of the US political spectrum. It was they were purely against the Soviets. And he is actually in a conversation in the Oval Office on record saying the only reason he has no interest in going to the moon, the only reason he was so focused on the moon is because they wanted to outdo the Soviets. They were putting that much money in to beat the Soviets, and the Soviets were doing exactly the same thing. So it kind of doesn't make any... I try and do everything logically here. I don't see any logic in going, we're going to put this much money into doing it to then pretend that we actually did it in the hope that the Soviets don't just play along with it rather than, well, if we're going to put that much money towards it and we could do it by going Vandenberg and going Polar, let's actually do it. That's just my opinion. But sorry, Randy, what were you going to say about the F1s?
Yeah.
And just real quick, Randy, and I'll let you go. Dmitry Rogozin, top Russian cosmonaut, he just a couple years ago on I Fucking Love Science, a legitimate website, said that the NASA moon landings were absolute nonsense. A top cosmonaut, because this is a claim that a lot of people that support the NASA moon missions will often say and repeat, that if they were fake, the Russians would have said something. And we have Dmitry Rogozin debunking it. So I'm sorry, Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, how's my audio? I think
you sound perfect.
Okay, good.
You're good, bro.
Yeah. Just going back to what Dave was saying about Kennedy, I've looked into that. I'm actually looking into it a lot more extensively. And I believe that Kennedy knew from the start that the Apollo moon missions were impossible. I think he was using that as a political tool or deception or a diversion because he just came out of the Bay of Pigs. All right. And that was an absolute disaster for him. Right. And it was a year later after the Cuban Missile Crisis when Kennedy, I believe, he wanted to get away from the deception. And that this part here is speculation, but I believe he wanted to get away from the deception. And he was calling for open détente with the Russians in terms of their space program. I also believe, and there is some evidence to back this up, that they were working together already behind the scenes, and Kennedy was working to bring that out in the open. Now, I'm not saying that was the sole reason why he was assassinated, but there was some indications that was part and parcel to why he was assassinated. So politics is a very big part of this, whether we want to accept it or not. I mean, it really is. And just to fall back on what you were talking about earlier, and I, of course, didn't get all of this because I just joined in, but I wrote a chapter in my first book on the problem with the radiation, the Van Allen belts, the solar radiation, cosmic, galactic radiation, so on and so forth. And I have found so many discrepancies in the data from within NASA as well as people outside. And you, Dave, yourself said that there has been a lot of experts that have concluded that it would have been safe for the for manned missions through the Van Allen belts. But a lot of them also have different varying degrees of, how shall I say, conclusions. You know, they're not all fixed on what the data is. And the bottom line here is that none of us, all of us here and researchers for and against the Apollo moon missions have no idea what the real data is in terms of the Van Allen belts and how serious and how dangerous they could be. There has been a lot of deception over the decades put forward. I've read paper after paper about how safe it is to travel through, and a lot of those papers were taken down because on the bottom of those papers, it always says based on speculation. And these are people that are in support of the Apollo missions, and they readily admit themselves that this is based on speculation. In terms of the F1 engines, and I wrote a real big chapter on that, and I want to go back to Wheezy's point. If we hear the argument time and again that if the Apollo moon missions were fake, the Russians would have said something. That's a very two-dimensional way of thinking. Because this was an enormous chess game that was going on back then. It's going on right now. You had the Russians and you had the Americans going back and forth. It was a Cold War. They never so much as took a shot at each other, but they used a lot of proxy wars, and a lot of innocent people were killed. So there was a lot of stuff going on in terms of behind the scenes in terms of their respective space programs. So I'm just sort of putting it out there that we really can't take anything any of them say at face value. It's really, the whole thing is based on deception. And that was one of the overriding themes that I got. When I was researching my books on this, I read both sides because it is important to get both sides. You cannot really argue this point unless you read both sides. And I found more interesting information going against the fact that they landed men on the moon from the proponents and from NASA itself. I mean, I document this all in my books. I sourced everything. And I've just concluded it's been one big deception after another. Does that mean there's a conspiracy under every rock? No, I'm not saying that, Dave, right? But what I am saying is that it is a mass deception on a mass scale, and it was very effective. And I think a lot of people now, especially in the last 5 years, given what we had to go through with this COVID bullshit, I think a lot more people are now coming out and say, well, they're not saying the Apollo moon missions were fake, but what they are saying is they have a lot more questions. And the more questions that we ask, there seems to be even more questions to follow that up.
And that's part of the scientific method at the end of the day. We should be questioning everything. And that's the problem, like you brought back just 5 years ago. We were told not to question this, not to question that. And if you questioned it, you were against science, which is completely unscientific in itself. Science is all about questioning everything. And if you don't have a solid foundation on what you are espousing or you are preaching, you don't have nothing at all. And we should be allowed to question every damn thing. And this is why I give props to Dave. All of us here question the official narrative. Dave, you believe the official narrative, and yet you came on here. I believe the official narrative as a kid. This is something that we have been taught at an early age out here in the United States. I had visions of myself being a kid in an astronaut suit, jumping around, playing golf, doing all these things, doing all these crazy acrobatics. I wanted to believe that. It's not that I don't believe it. I never believed it. I never once believed it. I didn't come from that. I came from a place of how cool would it be to jump around and hop around and do all these amazing feats. And once you see the reality of the situation, like, man, there's no way in hell. With the technology that we had in the 1960s, completely analog, and what we have today, it's night and day. And yet we see the Artemis program continually getting delayed. We see SpaceX launching rockets and then just a couple seconds later falling back down. It is preposterous to believe in this. And this is, again, I'm not declaring myself a genius by any account. I'm an idiot. I'm just a regular goddamn garbage man. But I'm just analyzing this. I'm assessing all the available information, and I just can't believe this anymore.
Can I expand on that, Weezy, for a second?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Randy.
Yeah, no, I want to expand on what you said there. I mean, I absolutely agree with a lot of what you're saying. One of the things that really annoys me is the saying that, well, and as I said earlier, if the Russians knew about it, they would have said something. Well, the fact is that they are saying something about it now. And now the narrative has changed from, well, if they would have known something, they don't know what they're talking about, right?
It's moving the goalposts, Randy.
It's moving the goalposts. It's exactly. Yeah. And I specifically documented 2 physicists from the Russian space program that have come out and have analyzed the F1 engines in the Saturn V, and they have concluded that those engines were not performing to specifications. But a lot of people now say, well, they don't have the qualifications to make that determination. Well, they're only saying that because they're Russian. And then they say, well, why hasn't their article been posted in American Scientific Magazine? Well, they're not going to get their article in American Scientific Magazine for a simple reason that it's a controlled source. It's controlled by major corporations. We see this with the mainstream media. And I find it a little... I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It's just one thing after another. Like now you've got a Russian coming out. You've got 2 Russian scientists. You've got probably several more Russian scientists coming out and saying these F1 engines did not perform the way NASA claimed. But then they go, instead of actually looking at their work and analyzing their work, instead they choose to try to discredit them. And that's my point.
Okay. It's a good point you make there, Randy, because this is science fighting back. If science is proven wrong, I mean, we see it in the I mean, we've seen what happened to Graham Hancock when he got his Netflix series, Ancient Apocalypse. He was so heavily attacked. He was accused of being a white supremacist. I mean, there are very few insults you can make to somebody. They obviously don't know he's married to a very lovely lady who originates from the Tamil area of South India. So how can you, it makes no sense. So when you start to look at the way people attack, I mean, you mentioned the COVID nonsense. I was called by my local hospital to come in for my COVID vaccination back in 2021 or something like that. And I said, I'd love to come in. But I got one question. Have the animal trials been completed, written up, peer-reviewed and published? And where can I read them? Oh, no, they said that would take years. I said, I'll wait. I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
So we've got this belief. It's forced into us that science has the answers. Science doesn't have the answers. Science doesn't exist to have the answers. Science is there to be questioned, to be skeptical about, to question it. And
otherwise, it's dogmatic, just like a lot of other things.
Yeah, and that's why
it's just like. Sorry, Marcus. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we call NASA a cult. Because if you disagree with them, this is what happens in cults, and I should know, I've been in one. If you disagree with the leaders of the cult, you can be ostracized, removed, chucked out. That's what happened to me. Great stuff. At least it freed me up a bit. So cults can be very destructive. We know that. The Jim Jones cult, the cult of people who thought they were going to be taken up by UFOs, so they all committed suicide, so it would be easier. That's a cult. That is the power of cults. Now, NASA has a lot of people behind them, and in America, they generally want to believe that Apollo happened because it's one of those founding principles. We got to the moon first. Now, if you take that away from people, they get very upset. You take that belief away from somebody, they're lost because that is the basis that they've lived their life. America is an important, scientifically capable country. Yes, it is. But they didn't land on the moon. I think the discussions we've had over the last, well, in my case, 30 years, can demonstrate that. I believed they landed on the moon, and I've said so. I also said they lied. And people don't like it when you lied. I gave a presentation at the British Interplanetary Society, one of the longest or the oldest established space advocacy groups in the world. It's been over 90 years. They invited me to give a presentation about Apollo. I was expecting to be physically attacked for what I said. I wasn't. They were very polite. They listened. Whether they agreed with me or not, I don't really know. I don't really care. But several people came up to me afterwards and said, I think you're right. It doesn't mean to say they're not going to stop advocating for space. That's their job. I'm still a member of the British Interplanetary Society. Unless they decided I've said enough and I should be removed. I gave that presentation in 2012, just before the Olympics. Can people change their mind? Of course they can. Can people get more information? Of course they can. Things change. People who believe they landed on the moon, that's all they do. They have a belief. And that belief can be quite strong. If somebody comes along to disprove that belief, they get attacked, they get insulted, they get called names. Okay, I'm old enough and ugly enough to not worry about it. It happens. I've experienced it right through my life. So, whether people agree with me or not isn't really the point. One can persuade people that there are things that they should investigate. You have to make your own decisions about this. As you've said, Dave, many times, you've got to do your own research. But if you do your research in the right way, by following directions that people might have, you might find that your original belief was not quite as accurate as you'd hoped it was. I've watched a lot of Jarrah's films. He's done, was it 600 films you've done altogether?
I had to split them into separate parts because in the beginning there was a time limit to how much you could post, but I've produced well over 100 Moonfager documentaries. I've produced the Gem trilogy. I've produced a few shorts here and there, so it's probably well over 200 by now. Of course, as I said, I had to split many of them up in the beginning, and some of them obviously got split multiple times, like 10, 20 times or so, and so the number kind of inflates a little bit like that. But by whole films, about well over 100 films.
Yeah, they're very good.
Dave hasn't responded. We probably threw a lot at him just now, so we should give him a little chance to respond. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Dave.
so I've got a fair bit to offload from all of that, and I will also say it's 1:45 in the morning here, as Marcus knows. So I'm going to sort of have to offload and then head off, unfortunately. So I'll there was a lot thrown there, so just bear with me. I completely agree about questioning things. Science is built on questioning things. It's that's how science it kind of grew to what it has been today, is people questioning things. Questioning things is not a problem in my book. However, what isn't science, in my opinion, is questioning things and then just sort of dismissing the answer because you don't like the sound of it or it goes against what you believe, which, Marcus, you touched upon that just a second ago when you basically claimed that that's what pro-Apollo believers do, is they just sort of don't want to question things that's going to damage their arguments. But I'll sit here and argue that you do exactly the same thing, because
quite right.
So right, but you said NASA's a cult because they don't like you questioning things, they don't like you doing all this to do. But you are just as guilty as doing exactly the same things, because
such as
you've said to me before, or you've commented, referred in a video to me that that you've done all these years of research and I've done nothing compared to you. And you in the Dave's Dilemma video, you very smugly was like, "Come on, Dave, get your shopping gear on, and we've done all these years of research." And yet, and you've referenced the KH9 hexagon, and yet somehow never spotted the 200 plus other Corona and Gambit satellites beforehand, which is frankly shite detective work, and feels more confirmation bias of hexagon was pressurized, we'll go with hexagon and that's it, and not look into anything else. And you've been presented with Corona, you've been presented with Gambit, you've done one analysis already, which your responses to it thus far seem to be quite knee-jerk reactions. You and Jarrah put that video out the other day, which, Jarrah, you spent a hell of a long time going into the resolution, the fact that the resolution of the Corona images was poor, but that was because of the outgassing and then because of the radiation, until I then pointed out that you're looking at a KH2, not the later KH4Bs or the KH7s and the KH8s. Suddenly then you flip the narrative to, oh, well, they're black and white images, so they don't really count. It's only color we're interested in. It just seems every time something comes up, the goalposts are getting shifted.
I have to
you did. You mentioned that was several months ago. So, but my point is that every time I get,
it was already released just early this month. I specifically said in that thing, I don't remember the time code, but I specifically said, granted, this is a black and white thing, so you're not missing out much regarding the
color.
Yeah, there are 3 parts to that show. There's still 2 more parts to come out yet.
That's fine. Like I can only go off what I can see. So obviously, you know what you've. But my point is that
I get it. Yeah.
You're putting all these arguments forward. You're turning up in my comment section arguing points. I will also reference Scott. I know he's not here to defend himself, but just to highlight the argument, in my opinion. 2 years ago, you guys were talking about, Marcus, you and Scott were talking about the mapping camera. Yeah. And you did a video where you talked about how could they use the mapping camera if the CSM was in a barbecue roll. And then Scott said that the camera was on the outside of the command module through the launch, through the Van Allen belts. Then how did they get the film back afterwards? I sat in your comment section, not making a video about it. I was in the comment section of your video pointing out to you the sim bay was covered by a panel on the CSM. Scott commented on his own personal account, not on the Apollo Detectives, arguing that it wasn't, then saying it was inside the S4B. It was within part of the CSM that was covered by the S4B, which then still would have meant it wasn't actually exposed during the launch anyway. And I pointed out they did an EVA to retrieve the film after they left lunar orbit. I gave him timestamps to the radio transcripts and said, here's where they're talking about the sim bay in the radio transcripts. And a couple of videos later, Scott sat there, bold as brass, saying, I've not even bothered to look at them because I know they're not there. That's not questioning things. That's not open-mindedness. That's full-on confirmation bias where you are just openly admitting somebody's given me something here. You've been questioning these things. I've given you the answers, and then you've just gone, nah, don't want to know. I've since did a video where I showed exactly where the Simbay panel was on the CSM, that it wasn't that the panel was protecting the Simbay, but it was not shielded from the S4B, so it wasn't exposed during the launch. It wasn't exposed through the belts. Shown the exact point in the transcripts where they jettisoned the Simbay door, and the fact that they'd stopped the barbecue roll by that point. So all your that they did the EVA on the return journey, and pointed out you guys even play the footage of that deep space EVA in your own videos, answered all your questions. And yet within the video responses that you gave addressing me only a couple of weeks ago, Scott made the exact same claim again, claiming the mapping camera was on the outside of the CSM, that it was exposed during the... That's just a complete reset, which is exactly what the same behavior I see from flat earthers day in and day out. I have no issues with people asking me questions. And you've seen the latest video that I've done has got a ton of comments, a ton of video, a ton of views, a ton of comments, and lots of people questioning things. And I try and answer as many as I can, right? If there's people got a question for me, I am more than happy to offer an explanation for it. Of that, most don't even respond. The ones that do don't actually have an argument. They just divert to a different topic, and only a very small percentage actually take the answers on board and go with it, right? So for as much as you say that NASA is a cult, I see the exact same cult behavior and confirmation bias behavior as much as you project onto us, we see from you as well. I'm not saying you all do it, but there have been examples for it, and that is why I refer to you as the Apollo Deceptives, because of the interactions that I've had with you and Scott in the past, where we've had you reached out to me to begin with. I had no idea who you guys were until I got separate emails from both you and Scott asking me a bunch of questions. I answered all your questions. You then did a response video where you neglected half of the answers that I gave you and cherry-picked out ones that you like the sound of and then misrepresented those. So I did a video in response. And then we had the one with Scott again, where he misrepresents the conversations that we had and goes off on, he's done this. And then you did it again with the live streams, where you neglected to mention that I talked about Corona and then said that I won't address the arguments of a vacuum. So that same behavior that you keep trying to project onto NASA as being a cult, you lot are just as guilty of doing it, unfortunately. So questioning things, I've no issue with. I question everything, and I question the narratives of it being faked as well, because my question will be, if it was faked, how was it faked? Why was it faked in the way that it was? I've put forward the argument before of questioning Apollo 10. What the hell was the point of Apollo 10 being faked, going to the moon, orbiting the moon, and doing a descent most of the way to the moon to then only come back up? And it was planned like that from the outset. And my question is, if they were going to the moon, why bother faking a dress rehearsal of going to the moon? Why not say Apollo 10 is going to land on the moon? They're just throwing extra hurdles in that's just going to wind up causing a trip up somewhere. Like, I think it was Charlie Duke said it best. If you're going to fake it, you don't do it 6 or 7 times. You fake it once and you shut the hell up about it. Wheezy, with regards to the link that you put in the chat, I've just pulled up the article, and it says, the headline says, ex-Russian space chief claims NASA's moon landings were faked. But then immediately under it, it says Dmitry Rogozin, former head of Roscosmos and master troll, is up to his usual tricks.
Of course. I'm glad you pointed that out, because that's how they're going to move the goalposts. They're going to paint him as a goddamn troll. You think they're going to take his word as gospel? He's questioning the damn myth.
But you say he's questioning the myth. I'll question, because it's been brought up now that suddenly these Russian scientists are questioning, saying the F1 engines weren't powerful enough. Why have none of them analysed it for the 40, 50 years beforehand? Nothing's changed. The F1 engines are being sat, the ones that are left, are sat outside a museum where they've been for decades. And only suddenly, in the last couple of years, suddenly now there's been a couple of Russians who've come out and questioned things.
How do you know? Excuse me. How do you know that Russian scientists haven't questioned this in the last 50 years? How do you know that?
Well, the only mentions that you've just brought up have been recent scientists who've come out saying they've questioned the moon landings, or that the moon landings have been fake.
You made a blanket statement. What do you have to back that up? I didn't make a blanket statement like that. You did.
The examples that you brought up a couple of minutes ago.
2 examples. I didn't make a blanket statement. You made a blanket statement. How do you know?
Okay, let me revise my statement then. Okay, the only examples that I've been shown of Russians actually questioning things have only come in the last couple of years, since the world has turned on Russia for the shit that's going on in Ukraine. So you're saying it's all political.
That's not true. And that's not true. Again, you've got that information a little bit incorrect, if you don't mind me saying. Those Russian scientists I'm talking about have been out for the last decade talking about this.
Okay, well, that's not what you said 5 minutes ago. You only said that they come out recently.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
Okay, I apologize. As I understood what you were saying, that is how I interpreted what you were saying.
We leave the flat Earth out of this, and we leave Ukraine out of this. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I completely agree, but then I'm not. But then I'm bringing up. I brought up Ukraine purely from the point of that is political motivation. If the Russians wanted, if they wanted to do something. And you bearing in mind that is you've then got America and the whole thing back at it again. That is a way of them trying to deflect. May I just remind you that you guys just spent the past couple of minutes talking politics and COVID, which has even bleeding less to do with the moon landings.
Right,
and it's not something I'm going to go in because I'm married to a doctor.
You know what? Good for you. All right.
Let
me speak.
Okay.
We're talking specifically about the Russian scientist, and that's exactly what I want to be specific about this. You can bring in other examples. That's all well and good, and you're right. Okay, but you made a blanket statement. That's all I wanted to point out about the Russian scientists the last 50 years. We don't know. I mean, it was a very closed and secret society. We don't know who was questioning what. That's all my point is.
I get that. Okay, fine. But it's only suddenly in the last couple of years that there's been anything.
No, it's not. It's been the last 10 years, 15 years. In
fact,
hold on. I might argue that as much and all as he's being discredited and maligned like there's no tomorrow, Bill Kaysing actually brought this up himself in 1975. He brought this up. He worked for Rocketdyne. He saw the data output of the F1 engines. He resigned in disgust, and people have slammed him, calling him a paper pusher. But yet he was obviously qualified to be hired by Rocketdyne, who built the F1 engines, to read data output, and he was reading the data output correctly, and he knew as far back as 1963 that the data was being falsified.
He quit in 1962.
I said he quit. Now they're working on the F1 engines from 1958 onwards. He was there for 5 years. He resigned in 1963 because he noticed that they were falsifying the data output of the F1 engines. That's what he said. Now, whether he's right or not, that's what he said.
Okay, but they acknowledged they had issues. They were having issues getting the F1 engines to work. They were having instability.
I'm not talking about.
I'm not saying that's what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the fact that he said that they were falsifying. I'm not talking about the fact that they're having issues. That's yes.
Okay.
Okay. They were
Let me just interject here for a second. I've got the date that Kaysing actually resigned. It says here, quit personal reasons, May 31st, 1963. This is the actual letter from Rocketdyne that he published in his book. I've got the actual records there. Now, just to clarify, I believe what Randy is trying to argue here, and what you're getting at, Dave. Here's where I think the confusion is arising. These two Russian scientists who have been talking about this for about 10 years, was it? Because I understand that these guys are independent, right? The independent scientists, whereas the Dmitry Rogozin obviously is a former administrator of the Russian Space Agency. Okay, now yes, I find the timing of his revelation about this quite interesting, and given that the Russians invaded Ukraine, and now, well, hey, there's the longest time, after I believe they've been collaborating together on various things like the International Space Station, the Russians and the Americans. Suddenly, the Russians they invade Ukraine. Okay, well, there's all this collaboration down the toilet, so we'll blow the whistle on you guys now. That's what it seems to be. Yes, I find that interesting. I find the timing of Dmitry Rogozin's statements quite interesting. Okay, given the timing of that. But as Randy points out, these other two guys, these other Russian scientists, from what I understand, is they've been publishing articles for much longer than that, long before the invasion of Ukraine. I believe that's where the confusion between you two is coming from.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'd be curious to know as to what analysis they were doing, what analysis they did on the F1 engines without an actual F1 engine to test. But like I said, that's a conversation for another day because it's now 2 a.m. And I wasn't intending on being in for this long, but obviously conversation spiraled. So I'm just going to sort of sign it off here and say
that was awesome, Dave.
Yeah.
Before you leave, do you mind if I just address what you asked about the Apollo 10 thing, just real briefly, if you feel you're up to sticking around for this a bit longer?
Yeah, I've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, well, basically, from the beginning, there was always the plan was to have an incremental Apollo program. The plan was an Earth orbit mission with just the CSM. Then they had plans for a Earth orbit mission with the LEM and the CSM. Then they repeated that in high Earth orbit. Then they repeated that in lunar orbit. Then finally, the landing on the moon. That's how it always was. There was never a plan to, if they were going to do, we'll just fake it straight away. Then they would have had to do a fake a direct ascent sort of thing. Which obviously you mentioned yourself in your last video, there was a huge economic barrier to trying to secure funds for such a direct ascent flight, okay, which obviously was never going to happen. So they would have had to have done this incremental staging sort of thing. Okay, now as to why they continued faking it, right? Well, the plan there was all these other proposals from the scientific community as to how to build on Apollo. These are great ideas, but they weren't important to Kennedy's challenge. So what can we do to get out of this? This actually ties into your recent video you did on Apollo 13. The Apollo 13 disaster, the alleged accident, the oxygen tank explodes. Suddenly, this leads to the cancellation of the last two missions. I believe the one of them was already canceled because they needed the launch vehicle for Skylab, but they still had at least two more left. In fact, Nixon, I believe, he was trying to actually cancel everything after Apollo, at least after Apollo 15. That's how things went. But they for whatever reason, they managed to stick with it as best they could, but basically ease off the Apollo program. Apollo 13 is just giving them an excuse. Now we can sort of shuffle this to the side now, ease it off, end it, and get us back to Earth orbit flights again. That's my
I get that, but that's post landing. They cancelled the missions post landing because they were like they'd approved up to Apollo 20, but then landed on Apollo 11, and then interest in it waned significantly. So they said, okay, we're scrapping. They cut NASA's budget and they scrapped the later missions to save money. But I'm talking about before the landing. Yes, they were planning these 3 incrementals, but my point is that makes sense from a perspective of you're taking the baby steps to make sure everything works. You don't just jump into a straight, we're going to the moon, because obviously that would seem sus. Okay, we need to test the CSM. Okay, they launched unmanned. Well, they flew 2 unmanned flights of the CSM on 4 and 6. They did an unmanned flight of the lunar module on Apollo 5. So they'd already tested all of them there. Apollo 7, let's test it manned. Let's test the CSM manned. Apollo 8 should have been the test of the lunar module and the CSM to make sure all of that worked. Then they were going to take it a little bit further, which didn't really actually serve any purpose in reality. They flipped that because the lunar module was delayed by Grumman, so they sent Apollo 8 around the moon because they just wanted to beat the Soviets. My point is, if you're going to fake it, they could have gone, Apollo 7, we've tested the CSM for 2 weeks, we know that works. Apollo 8, we've tested the lunar module. Or, okay, Apollo 8, we've flown it around the moon and back again. We know we can do that trip around the moon. Apollo 9, we'll test the lunar module in orbit, we'll make sure that everything works on there, which they did. They tested it, they undocked it, they flew it away 100 miles, they fired the ascent engine, they brought that back. Great. Why not then go, next mission, Apollo 10, we'll go into the moon. If all's going well, let's try and land it. Let's just try and do it in one hit. Instead, they didn't. They go, no, we're going to take that precaution of we're going to go all the way to the moon, we're going to loop around the moon, we're going to descend most of the way, we're going to come back up and just make sure everything works before we do it on 11. Bearing in mind, everything would have had to have been faked. All the footage, all the photos and everything that they were going to be faking on the journey for Apollo 11 would have also then had to have been faked for Apollo 10 as well. And I mean, I've shown video footage because I know Bart Cybrell brings up, I don't know where you guys stand in terms of Bart Cybrell. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon claim because he can't deny that they're in space, that they're floating around inside a command module in 0G, but they can't say he was halfway to the moon because that puts him beyond the Van Allen belts and that destroys his whole argument. So he come up with the whole faking it with the window. Except, one, you can see the Earth partially rotates over that half an hour period, but the clouds don't drastically change like they would have done if you're in low Earth orbit, which you can see if you look through the open command module hatch on Apollo 9, how that effect would have looked over the space of a couple of minutes. But I've also then shown footage from Apollo 10 where they have the camera near the window looking at the Earth, and then they pan it round and they point it out the other window looking at the moon, and the moon's as big as the Earth, which is only happening if you're most of the way to the moon. It's like, so they've managed to fake all that for Apollo 10, but then decided they're not going to bother landing on the moon for whatever reason. And then we're going to fake it all again on Apollo 11, but for some reason then they do it worse than they did with Apollo 10. Just none of it makes any sense.
There was you brought up quite a few points that I would like to address, but I'll just get to what the last thing you said first of all, right? There was a few other things that were supposedly had to be tested on Apollo 10, like an abort scenario. Okay, there's like where they're going to be jettisoning from the descent stage and flying that around the thing. There's huge differences, of course, between simply flying something in orbit. It doesn't matter whether it's around the moon or around the Earth or not. It's still a huge difference between test flying something around in orbit and actually physically landing. As I've heard, actually, Apollo 11 itself be described as a test of sorts. A test landing of it. But you'd think if there was actually some proposals back in the 60s to have an unmanned lunar landing on the moon. In fact, I think the Soviets
N1 program, the 5th launch was supposed to actually have that, supposed to have the capsule fly around the moon while at the same time deploying the LEM to actually make a landing. That never got off the ground, obviously, because it was cancelled before then. But the point of the matter is, as I was just basically saying, is that there was already had these incremental steps there. There was still, some things they supposedly had to test on the Apollo 10 flight, the abort scenario in lunar orbit, right? And so it would make sense if you're already committed yourself to this incremental thing, it would make more sense to basically, build up these things. In fact, if you recall, there would have only been just the one fake moon mission before Apollo 11. Actually, no, there probably would have been two if you consider the high Earth orbit scenario, which just seems like a death trap waiting to happen, because that would guarantee prolonged orbits through the Van Allen belt, which didn't seem to be quite a feasible thing to begin with. Who thought? Whose stupid idea was that? That doesn't really make any sense. But either way, they can't. That was skipped in after the Apollo 8 thing, which, as you said, that was done as a last ditch to upstage the Soviets because they had the Zond 5 thing. And I would like to. There was something else about it I wanted to say about the Zond 5 earlier. Oh yeah, this is just my own opinion, but I think it's 100% accurate. You can look up the life forms that were on that Zond 5. Each one of them was radio resistant, more radio resistant than humans were to the radiation. This is just my own opinion, but I think it's 100% accurate. The reason why they specifically selected those life forms was such that they could basically say, "Oh, we're the first to put life forms around the moon," and they basically guaranteed themselves those bragging rights by giving themselves animals, or selecting animals, I should say, that were specifically hardy against radiation. You could always all their previous stuff. They were always flying dogs or the Americans, they were the ones who were flying apes, but the Russians, they always flew dogs on their flights. Why didn't they fly a dog this time? No, they specifically selected animals that they knew could survive the radiation. The plants too. As I said, the spiderwort plants, they're called living Geiger counters. They specifically chose animals that could survive the radiation, and they knew they could survive the radiation specifically so they could secure themselves the bragging rights. But yes, back to the. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like I said before, though, if they'd sent a dog around the moon, if they'd aimed to send a dog around the moon, firstly, you've got the limitations of oxygen supplies and whatever else, but if they'd sent something like a dog around the moon and then it came back and it was dead, I get your point about that would look bad, but if they were just doing it solely to say, we've sent living things around the moon, they wouldn't have bothered testing them against equal species that they were paired with to begin with afterwards to see the effects. They'd have just gone, we're chucking these things in there and we're sending it around the moon and it's back. The whole setup from the beginning of Zond 5 was to test the effects of radiation. If they just sent a dog, they got it back and go, okay, well, the dog's dead. How much radiation did it actually survive? Do we need to change the orbit and go through a minute? Wouldn't know. So by putting something that's more radioactive there that survived the trip, they can get an accurate determination of how much of an impact it actually had to then be able to go, okay, we know how resistant this is, and we know the effect that radiation's had, so now we can work out how much radiation is there actually around that. Is that safe for humans or not? That would be my point. But I get what you're saying, the incremental flights. But like I said, that my point is the whole purpose of the incremental flights is to go in, okay, we're going to do this baby steps at a time. We're going to take it one bit. We're going to take it. They couldn't do just a direct ascent, but there's also a lot of steps they could have cut out. And there's other elements that I've got, like I said, we'll be here all bleeding night. Elements that go wrong in Apollo missions that, again, don't make sense if it's faked. So Apollo 13, prime example. Apollo 13 had the issue close to the moon. They had the option, let's hypothetically here, if Apollo 13 was being faked, are we saying that the spacecraft was just in orbit around the moon, around the Earth, and hadn't actually been sent off to the moon? Does that sound like a fair assessment of Apollo 13?
Okay, on Apollo 13, why are the two command modules on public display? Because one of them was removed from the Atlantic Ocean by the Soviet Navy landed in the Bay of Biscay.
As far as
that's well off any flight path officially taken, because normally they would watch out for the Eye of Africa, that strange formation in Mauritania.
As far as I was going to say, as far as I know, what the Soviets found, or whatever was found there, wasn't a full command module. It was one of the boilerplates that they'd been using for testing.
That's the story. How do we know it's true? Because you can't see inside it anymore. That's the one that's at Grand Rapids Museum in Michigan.
Okay.
It's been sealed as a time capsule to be opened in 2076, the 300th anniversary of the founding of America.
Okay, well, I mean,
there are very strange coincidences and non sequiturs about that whole Apollo 13 mission.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's kind of my point, though. Is are we saying that? So, where is your stance on Apollo 13? The rocket that launched, where did it go?
It went off course, and it was deliberately taken down into the Atlantic.
Okay.
Where there were ships able to. They hadn't realized that the Soviet Navy were doing exercises in the Bay of Biscay because they didn't know where the craft would land. Now that boilerplate that we keep hearing about, BP 1227, we keep hearing it's a boilerplate because it makes a very good excuse for what happened. But the fact is that boilerplate existed. It was in the Atlantic. It was recovered by the Soviet Navy, taken back.
Yeah, because the boilerplates were well documented. They were airdropping them before the manned Apollo flights to check that they all worked.
Yeah, exactly. But why was that one never reported missing?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'll need to look back into it. I remember looking into it a while ago, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But my point is, so Apollo 13, the rocket that was on the pad that everyone watched get launched, you're saying went off course and what? They blew it up, they crashed it, or whatever?
It was brought down. I mean,
right.
there are
So
ways.
okay, that's not right. So the point that I'm getting at is, so when the news broke of this explosion that had happened on 13, that they were 3/4 of the way to the moon, there wasn't actually a spacecraft 3/4 of the way to the moon. There was no astronauts in danger. There was nothing actually gone wrong at all, was there? It was just you're saying it's just a narrative that got spoon-fed out by NASA for whatever reason. They're going to throw this catastrophe into Apollo 13, yeah?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. My point is the narrative of Apollo 13, if that was the case, they had options available that could have got the craft back sooner, or they could have gone with a direct abort, which they didn't officially do because the damage would have prevented that from happening. But if we're going with the narrative of there wasn't actually an explosion, they're just making their shit up as they go along, they could have said whatever the hell it was. There was the option that, having done the loop around the moon, they ditched the service module and did a burn to get back a full day quicker, which they didn't do because they were concerned about they'd never tested the heat shield, exposing it to a vacuum for that amount of time. So didn't go for that. But again, if they weren't actually going around the moon, if they weren't actually there was no issues at all. They could have just gone, yeah, we've done this and we've got them back even sooner. There's all those narratives for Apollo 13 that to me don't make any sense. If you're going to go with fake, if you're going to go with why the hell does this craft that's we're saying is going to the moon, we're suddenly going to turn around and say, there's been this explosion and it's all this drama. Why? The only thing I can think of is they wanted to create the publicity. They wanted to create that tension to get people back interested in the moon landings because nobody give a damn about Apollo 12. Well, there's ways
from Vietnam.
Right. But there's ways, my point is, there's ways that they could have made Apollo 13 far more dangerous sounding and engaging if they'd gone, we're doing this direct abort, we've got to get them back right now. It's that critical, we've got to get them back right now. Or we're going to do this loop around and we need to get them back as quickly as possible. Instead, they went with this really slow approach of, we've got the consumables. They're actually not in any immediate danger. Everything's under control. Everything was under control within a couple of hours. There was a press conference going, we're okay for supplies. We're okay for this. We're okay for oxygen. We're just going to take our time. This is the plan that we've come up with. This is what we're going to do. Everything's nice and calm and relaxed. That's not a narrative of going, we need to be building the tension here. That's more a narrative of, situation's fine, don't worry about it. That's the complete opposite of why the hell you would fake it all to begin with. And then there's Apollo 12. Al Bean burnt the TV camera out on Apollo 12. If they're in a studio, you can see the footage. He literally points the camera at the sun and it burnt out.
I have a theory about that as to why they would have faked that, to limit the amount of footage they would need to fake. Like on Apollo 11, they make it all terrible looking by pointing off TV screens and releasing it that way. Granted, they claim, it was slow scan TV, so we've got to convert it to NTSC somehow. But obviously, they picked the crudest way of doing it, which degrades the image. Then they get to Apollo 12, color TV camera, overexposed, near disaster on Apollo 13. We have to preserve the power, preserve the batteries in the lunar module. We can't broadcast any more TV, so no more TV pictures. And when it comes to Apollo 14, they overexposed it. Granted, on the last 3 missions, they had some more pictures here and there, some of that. But for the most part, when they had transits between stations, it was all shot on film. There was no TV coverage in that regard. So like my point regarding Apollo 12 is, I believe they did that to limit the amount of footage they would have to fake.
But then it's a case of, why do it in the first place? Like, no. I get what you're saying. My point is, if they're going with we need to limit the amount that we're faking, they're doing all these TV broadcasts going to and from the moon. They not only did a 2-hour TV broadcast of Apollo 11, but they had the 16mm cameras going as well, and they're taking hundreds of pictures, all of which need to be faked. Then it's a case of, okay, but now we need to limit how much we're faking, so let's burn the TV camera out on 12. But we've still got the 16mm film camera, and we've still got the broadcasts to and from the moon, and we've still got all the photos. So we still need to fake a load of stuff anyway. It's just we're not faking that one camera.
Well, I would argue in that regard that a still picture is much more easier to fake than it would be even the roll film cameras. It was only ran, I believe it was 1 frame per second, if I recall correctly. And
no, the 16mm, they had different frame rates that they could pull for the 16.
They had different frame rates. So I believe on the Apollo 11 it was 1 frame per second for the EVA phase. I think it was about that for the Apollo 12 as well. Maybe they used a slightly different frame rate on some of the other flights as well. But the point of the matter is, I was trying to make is that they were trying to limit the amount of footage they would want to fake, which is why they had the camera pointed to the sun, burn it out. They would have thought it was obvious not to do that. But,
okay,
I think it's time to wrap it up. Marcus,
Dave went. Dave, I'd like to thank you for coming on. I have learned from what you've said, and I do learn from what you post online as well. So I thank you for your enthusiasm for Apollo. Maybe we don't agree on everything, but at least we agree Apollo is worth examining.
Okay, just a heads up. Just a heads up for you as well, so just so you're not caught off guard or anything. I have actually ordered, there's a book here that I've bought off Amazon, Images from the Black, which is all about the spy satellites, the Coronas. So it's literally entitled 30 Years of Recollections about Satellite Reconnaissance at Kodak. So I'm waiting for the book to arrive. Once it arrives, I'm going to have a look through and see if it gives any more details, and then I'm aiming to do a video about it as and when.
One other thing, Dave, I sent you the link in the chat here for the images, so you have the contact sheet there. I sent it to your email that you gave me.
Okay, yeah, I've not got my emails open at the minute, but I'll pick it up.
Hey, Dave.
So if you have any questions about it, just pop me an email on. I put you the email address down there. If you want the individual, or if you want them labeled better, I can do that for you. So yeah, just put that to you there. Okay.
No, that's all right. I mean, I'm going to head to bed for now, and then I've got stuff on for a couple of days.
No, just for later, for some other day.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Dave, face to face.
Where can people find you, Dave, before you head out, man? Thank you for.
I think you'd all know where you can find me. I think you're all more than enough familiar with me. Let's be honest.
And I'm being honest, I didn't know who you were until the Apollo detectives told me about you. So,
and I only found out about you because people keep sending me links to your various videos and stuff like that, asking me for my thoughts on this, on that, and everything. So
I've been keeping a half eye on the chat, and I know there's enough people talking shit about me to know that everyone knows who I am. Most of them don't like me.
And most of them know about Rusty as well. So pat Rusty on the head before you go to bed.
I will. Don't worry. He's...
Thanks for hopping on, man. That was awesome.
I was just going to say one thing, Dave, before you leave. Compared to our usual encounters with the pro-Apollo side, or as I come to call them propagandists, because that's what they lie about me constantly and stuff like that. This has been one of the more civil discussions that I've ever had with one of you people on the pro-Apollo side. We talked about this earlier. I've had everything from being called a liar to this and that to having my face photoshopped onto a picture of a vagina. That's how hostile the interactions have been.
Well, we're not all twats. I know I referred to you as liars, but I did actually have valid reasons for doing that. So, or at least in my opinion.
Well, just forget them for a while. Keep things nice and gentle.
Well, you say that, but for all the ad homs, I was hearing quite a few about me being sprung about before I joined. So let's go both ways with this.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Right. Nice meeting you, Dave.
Okay. That was fun, man. Yeah. And the thing is, he did hop in, so I will give him props even when he's gone or before he said that.
Well, he was much more. He was the civilest out of all of them. I mean,
yeah, he was cool, man.
Every time Randy tried to get anybody to come up, in other words, they would come up. But then as soon as Randy told them to turn the camera on, that was it. They vanished.
Yeah.
Or so it was always an excuse, right? Dave is the very first one that actually came up. But man, I'm impressed. I am really impressed with
Randy and I brought it up at the very beginning of the show. Randy wasn't on at the time, but Randy and I engaged with some of his followers on Twitter and said, "Hey, you guys are being loud. You guys are being super noisy. Let's debate. I'll invite you onto the show." And just like happens every single time, they run away. So props to Dave. I don't agree with a lot of the shit he said, maybe most of the shit he said, but I will give him respect for him showing his face and actually coming on. There's 6 of us on the panel. He was the only one spewing pro-NASA propaganda. And I will give props to the whole panel as well. No one was shouting over each other and trying to get at him and ravaging him that way. We all gave him his time and space. And so that's credit to you guys as well.
Mm-hmm. Hats off to Dave.
Yep.
Hats off to Dave.
That's good. Yeah. Good to have him on. It expands the discussion.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yes.
So thanks everyone. That was a lot of fun. It's 2 a.m. Oh yeah, we have a video from Jared.
I got a couple of things I wanted to show before we head off. Right, Robert and I, we've been producing some songs to promote my book Trojan Smush, which is an alternate history spy thriller about the January 6th insurrection, starring my super spy protagonist Sid Tanner. Sid Tanner is a rogue ASIS agent and former U.S. Space Force astronaut, or as they were called back during when he worked for them, the U.S. Air Force Space Command. Okay, basically, his backstory is covered quite a bit in the book, right? And basically, he learned quite a lot of secrets during his time there. The book is basically built on the premise that various manned military space missions secretly got off the ground. We've been talking about the Corona satellites, the Hexagon. Well, there was plans for a manned one called the KH-10, which was the manned orbiting laboratory. And there was various other things. They had the Dinosaur space plane, which was a space bomber. But there were various other military space programs that didn't get off the ground. And one of them will play a pivotal part in his backstory. I produced this video together. This music, it's technically a music, not really a music video, but it's a song video, I should say. And I'll just put it in the private chat. Could you share this, please?
Yeah, there was two tunes. When I heard the guitar
this is the
solo
first
and
one.
the way the guy did it, I thought, geez, you know what? I offered to do the drums to this because it just perked the song up, gave it some power.
Mm-hmm. All right, play this.
Oh, you're doing this one first.
They said we'd reach the final frontier, a leap beyond the stratosphere.
Can't hear it that good.
Shining cardboard skies and truth wrapped in widespread lies. They promised a dream on lunar sand, a fortress high under our command. The stars we reached but couldn't stay. Radiation stole the brave away. 10 men dead, vanished to space. Forgotten tales in time's cold embrace. Kennedy's deadline is fast approaching. Our hopes are gone, the myths encroaching. A stage of dust, a film reel spun. The moon's a stage for everyone. Moon-based horizon, a mirage in the dark. Chasing the heavens, left a ghostly mark. Moon-based horizon, the mission's fake. The flags wave, that's a big mistake. The world believed, but we all know a stage descent, it's just a show. Moon-based horizon, the great pretend. The broadcast plays, the truth will bend. No footprints mark that lunar sand. It's all a lie, it's all a scam. The stars are watching, they always knew. To moon-based horizon, we never flew. They sent the rockets to the sky, but shadows whispered truth and lies. Our rockets soared, the world all saw it, but we never left low Earth orbit. The lander touchdown, no one aboard. Our relay signals is what the world heard. A mission wrapped in cosmic glow, yet secrets festered down below. Moon-based horizon, a mirage in the dark. Chasing the heavens, left a ghostly mark. Moon-based horizon, the mission's fake. The flags wave, that's a big mistake. The world believed, but we all know a stage descent, it's just a show. Moon-based horizon, the great pretend. The broadcast plays, the truth will bend. No footprints mark that lunar sand. It's all a lie, it's all a scam. The stars are watching, they always knew. To moon-based horizon, we never flew. A galaxy of eyes will never know the truths that hide beneath the show. The light of stars can burn too bright, so they built their truths in a cave of night. Illusion sold as futures bright in the mirage of the moon's soft light. Promises fade as echoes scream. Hope dissolves in this lunar dream. One man digs a rogue agent stray. He's seen the cracks, he's on the way. The voice they tried so hard to drown. Sid Tanner will bring this hoax down. Moon-based horizon, a mirage in the dark. Chasing the heavens, left a ghostly mark. Moon-based horizon, the mission's fake. The flags wave, that's a big mistake. The world believed, but we all know a stage descent, it's just a show. Moon-based horizon, the great pretend. The broadcast plays, the truth will bend. No footprints mark that lunar sand. It's all a lie, it's all a scam. The stars are watching, they always knew. To moon-based horizon, we never flew.
Obviously, it sounds much better when it's actually listening to it rather than through the stream. But yeah, that's the thank you. Thank you, Marcus. That's the first one there. So yes, Moon-based Horizon. Obviously, it's based on Project Horizon, and which was a plan, a U.S. Army plan to build a military base on the moon. They had something similar as well. The Air Force had something similar called Lunex, which was basically the same idea: build a base on the moon. Obviously, it wouldn't be a Gerald White novel without a moon landing hoax, would it? So we included that into there. But of course, I realized that not everyone believes the missions were faked, and I didn't want to alienate potential readers or blacklist myself from publishers. So what I did was I took the Capricorn 1 approach. I took these abandoned U.S. Air Force, U.S. Army proposals and made those the hoaxes that Sid Tanner learns about. But I went a bit further down the rabbit hole too with the next big hoax that he found, which is the reprise of the song. Let me just put that in the chat too. What was the next giant leap after, in this case, a moon base? Take a look at this one. It's in the private chat.
Yeah. Interesting comment from Hobbs there. I think you're right. I speak to quite a few young people and ask them that question. Do you believe man has landed on the moon? And they say, not a chance. So there we go. Maybe we're having an impact. We're not giving up.
Mission complete. We claim the prize. Now how to end the moonshot lies. The world believed we put a base on the moon, but continued facades risk public attune. A staged accident would be all it takes to justify abandoning our moon base. We nuke the moon to break the game, cried meteorite and dodged the blame. They called it our successful failure, the perfect lie in a bombshell trailer. But then the red soared over Martian night, a metallic ghost of Soviet might. No one aboard, just a new race to win. Lights, camera, action, a new tale to spin. Skyline 7, the crown of the light, a ghost ship sailing a cardboard sky. Skyline 7, the mission's all so fake. To Venus and Mars, this lie takes the cake. The world believed, but we all know a stage flyby, it's just a show. Skyline 7, great and pretend. The broadcast plays the further truth bend to the moon via the scenic route. It's all a lie, we took them for a hoot. The stars are watching, they always knew. Skylab 7, we never flew. A new tale unfolds under cosmic disguise as our Lunex rocket thundered to the skies. The upper stage fired, bound for Venus, but what happened next was disingenuous. While our unmanned rocket flew the mission, we stayed aboard the previous station, safe and sound inside the old Skylab shell. We relayed signals that were scripted so well. Skylab 7, the crown of the light, a ghost ship sailing a cardboard sky. Skylab 7, the mission's also fake. To Venus and Mars, this lie takes the cake. The world believed, but we all know a stage flyby, it's just a show. Skylab 7, the greater pretend. The broadcast plays the further truth bends to the moon via the scenic route. It's all a lie, we took them for a hoot. The stars are watching, they always knew. Skylab 7, we never flew. Skylab 7, propagandists defend, but all big lies must come to an end. Skylab 7, sees through the disguise. Now Sid Tanner cuts through the cardboard sky. He walks the razor's edge where secrets burn. This rogue agent's coming, the tide is turned. Skylab 7, their greatest spin. Now Sid Tanner's closing in when the smoke fades and the mirrors finally break. Tanner will out the secrets that put our lives at stake. The stars are watching, they always knew. Sky of 7, we never flew.
Trojan Smirsh brought to you by Gerald White and Associates.
Well, my favorite, my favorite one's the Magnitude, man.
You want me to play that?
We got to remember it's late, super late for Mr. Marcus Allen. So that was awesome. Guys, that was great. That's probably one of our best episodes of Ask Us Anything. Thanks everyone that made it out. We had about 150 people continuously streaming. I'm sure we'll have a couple thousand by the end of the week that will listen and watch. So thanks everyone that made it out. Thanks you, Jara. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Mr. Randy Walsh. Last second call out and he showed up. Dr. Raza, my man. We're going to be doing a show at some point. Marcus Allen, another gentleman that we will be doing a show with. And then Scott, he hopped in for a little bit and then hopped out. And then we got to give a shout out to Dave Mckeegan. We didn't agree with him, but the fact that he called in and he stayed with us for 2 hours, that's pretty damn good. Tons of content and good discussion, good back and forth. If you are on the fence, that was great. You got to hear both sides. I mean, and it was respectful. And that's what it's all about. We're not trying to coerce you to think the way we view it or the way he views it. Take all the information. Make your own decision, you know. And
easy. Can Raza just say one thing before we go?
Yeah. What's up, Dr. Raza?
Oh, I just want to say, I also wanted to say thanks to Dave. And actually, you said, Wheezy, that maybe we don't agree with him. Actually, there's several places where I did agree with him. So just to remind that. That's fine. I wanted to, because just to, for example, you know, certain people present certain cases or certain evidence of a hoax. It doesn't mean we all agree on that either. So Dave may be right in certain cases. So there's certainly a lot more different evidences which need to be discussed.
Yeah,
right.
That's a good point. Well made.
Can I add to that, Raza? It's a good point. I just want to add that I could.
Jared, can you mute the mic there? We got feedback. Something fierce coming.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah, Raza, no, it's a good point. I can add to that too. I can agree with you, but I mean, overall, I mean, I think he's talking about what Dave was talking about is NASA's approach. Well, why this if this is fake? But I mean, I think we all agree that there's enough evidence or non-evidence that says the whole missions were fake. So I can agree with what you're saying, but his point, as far as I'm concerned, is not convincing.
Can I say that for example, like in the Jara's song, this Moonbase Horizon, he talked about the flag is waving. That's a big mistake, right? And we discussed the flag issue already several times, but I think we need to be very clear with that because they did a very good job on the American Moon movie. And he says when the guy walks by the flag and then the flag moves a little bit, then the apologist will claim that this is electrostatic force which brought the flag to move along with the astronaut. So they have a lot of some excuses here and there. But when it comes to the scene where there's no astronaut walking anywhere near the flag and the flag still moves, that one cannot be explained.
No, that can't be explained. Very good point. And I just want to make one more point. Sorry, Jared. I just want to make one more point. Is that I think we tend to allow ourselves, and this is just constructive criticism for us. I'm not talking about Dave right now. I think we tend to allow ourselves to get too caught up in the minutia, right? And details can be argued back and forth for hours and hours and hours. I sometimes like to elevate it a little bit to a higher level, like as I said before, taking that 40,000 foot view. And when you take that 40,000 foot view, it's a very effective approach because it puts it in part and parcel to the whole deception that humanity has faced in the last several decades and is now only coming to terms with it in that realization now. So I just wanted to put that out there that the Apollo moon missions in and of itself, there's many reasons why they would have faked it. But when you put it in the bigger picture, it begins to start making some sense in terms of the deception.
Well, like
Yeah,
I said to you, Randy. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. Well, I'm just going to say, Randy, you know what I think, and I said it at the beginning really quickly, just to cap it. As I said, the reason why I think that when Kennedy opened his mouth and said that they were going to go to the moon within this decade, they had a lot of tech already made, produced, and they were continually producing that tech. Well, they had to have 6 missions or more, because how are they going to get rid of it all? You can't fill the museums with it. You can't put it in a junkyard. You can't scrap it. So they sent it to low Earth orbit and everywhere else. That's how they got rid of it all. And one of them just happened to land up in the Bay of Biscay.
Yeah. And they need to justify their funding. I mean, there was a lot of funding involved here, and they were writing the script as they went. And I'm a bit surprised. I mean, I appreciate Dave coming on here, and I give him a lot of credit for that. But I'm a bit surprised that he's not seeing the bigger picture, and that's kind of where I'm getting at. He gets into the details. He's very effective at it. I'll give him that. But he's not seeing the bigger picture. And
when you see Thunderfoot, Phil Mason, and you see Destin from Smarter Every Day, how they took apart those rockets. They took apart the how many refuels he's going to need. Well, Destin said 20. Phil Mason said he's going to need 30. So why didn't they need 30 refuels back then? And now they even need a lunar gateway station. They didn't need that back then either. So there's my
exactly. They're contradicting themselves, and that's a very good point, Robert. They're contradicting themselves, and the proponents do that a lot. They do contradict themselves, and they don't even realize it until you point them out, and then they fumble. They don't know how to come back with that, right?
I was just going to wanted to respond to that. Well, again, the whole issue with the refueling thing is because the Starship is much larger than that. It would be like trying to land the S4B stage on the moon rather than the Apollo lunar module. So it's going to need all these refueling missions just to get it to the
more details.
Plus, it has the solar storm shelter on it as well. So it supposedly has the solar storm shelter. So that's going to add to the amount of missions you're going to need to send it out there. You add to the mass of everything. You think if the Apollo lunar module had the solar storm shelter, how many tanker missions you would need then? Again, the lunar orbit rendezvous thing was supposed to alleviate the need for a station and for refueling missions, but people who advocate lunar orbit rendezvous, they seem to ignore the shielding penalty of the, try to protect you from the solar flares and the Van Allen belts and whatnot. And so if you add that shelter, you're back pretty much to needing the gigantic rocket that you needed for the direct ascent, or all these missions to, refuel it in orbit and stuff. So, it's the lunar orbit rendezvous is often brought up, but I think you kind of shooting yourself in the foot by you're trying to keep the mass down, but there's no keeping the mass down when it comes to the radiation, unless you find some way to, build a electromagnetic field around the spacecraft itself, or put electrostatically charged at the outer walls, to repel away the light charges, but of course it'll attract the opposite charges, which actually kind of brings to what Dr. Raza was saying about the Apollo 15 flag. The Apollo Lunar Surface Journal, they put out an entire section trying to explain why the flag moved when David Scott ran past it. One of the excuses put forth was electrostatic charge, but of course they rejected that because they said it was unlikely. And I would add to that is that if it was electrostatic charge, the nylon is in the flag, the spacesuit has Teflon on the outside. Those are opposite charges. Opposite charges attract each other. What the flag does, it's moving away from Scott. So it demonstrates it can't be static electricity. And in the end of the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal, they concluded that, he must have bumped it with his elbow or his pliss or whatever. But if you actually look at it frame by frame, it starts to move just before he gets to the flag, which suggests he pushed air into it as he was running towards it. So they list all these excuses. The one the only one they agreed on was the idea that he physically touched it. And well, you can prove that it wasn't physically touching it by looking at the frame by frame thing. That's what I wanted to say along those lines. Anyways, I don't know if you want to play this, but Robert mentioned this one was his favorite one. I put it in the private chat if you want to play it. The day MAGA died, but I'll leave that up to you, Wheezy.
It's been late for Mr. Marcus Allen. He's the one.
I'm a go now.
Thank you, Marcus. Everyone, thank you for showing up.
That's great. Thanks, Wheezy. You did a great
we'll
job.
get in touch and we'll do the next one. Thank you, everyone. That was a lot of fun. Everyone,
all right. Yeah, take care.
Much
everybody.
love.
Bye.
Bye. Hugs and kisses.
Bye.